Welcome to everybody watching on AusCycling's coverage of the 125th Austral Wheelrace, the world's oldest track cycling event, starting back in 1887. This one is being brought to you by the Quest of Ivanhoe. Thanks very much for them to being involved. We've got a big program of racing tonight. We are kicking off late in the day. They've had lots of racing throughout the afternoon, and we're down to the sprint match. This is the match, the race. It's the second of the best of three between Azizul Awang, the former Kirin World Champion and Olympic Kirin medalist last year in Tokyo, up against youngster Sam Gallagher from Victoria. It's Gallagher in the blue VIS, or Victorian Institute of Sport colours, on the front, and tactically a very astute young rider, as is Azizul Awang. Very well known around the world of track sprinting. Not necessarily the fastest sprinter at World Championship level, but he is tactically brilliant and always seems to come away with a great result. He did qualify fastest earlier today in the flying 200 metres, so it does show against this calibre of riders that he's against, he has the speed to get the job done. He did that in the first race against Sam, and I did have a very quick chat to Azizul as they come around to get 2 laps to go, a 3-lap race. And he actually thought that it was a little bit unfair for Sam, who did ride the heats of the Austral Wheelrace. We'll see that final later on tonight. And he didn't have a lot of recovery time before coming in to this sprint race against the Malaysian champion. Awang now coming around, 1 lap to go, out of the saddle, looking over both shoulders, out of the seat, just getting all that extra speed through the pedals now. And it's going to be tough for Sam Gallagher to come from this position. The strength, the speed and the experience of Azizul Awang will get him through to win. And that's the UCI men's sprint competition. It counts for the points when they're looking about qualifying for the World Championships and therefore on to the Paris Olympic Games. And it's another win for Azizul Awang. He will be retiring after the Paris Olympics in a couple of years' time. Medalist last year in the Kirin at the Olympic Games, also in Rio 4 years before that. Superstar of global sprinting, and notches up another sprint win here at the Darebin International Sports Centre. We are in Melbourne. It's the 125th running of the famous Austral Wheelrace, the oldest track cycling event on the planet. Crowd still coming in. It is a packed house, sold out. Temperature conditions quite muggy today. And it's been up and down in Melbourne over the last couple of weeks. People asking where summer starts. There was a bit of a false start to summer. Now it's starting to kick back in again. Weather coming up, beautiful outside, and that makes it nice and toasty inside. That makes for a fast track. Rebecca Petch from New Zealand up against Brianna Hargrave. This is the race for the bronze medal. And Brie Hargrave in the white colours, the 39-year-old from South Australia. She is 1 up in her best of 3. She gets the win here and she gets 3rd place in the international UCI women's sprint event. Both Commonwealth Games representatives from this year. Hargrave in the 2nd position, white colours. Her first sport that she enjoyed was ballet, then moved into athletics, crossed into cycling, started in sprint cycling, then went to endurance and now has come back to the sprint and got herself into the Commonwealth Games. So it's been a fantastic couple of seasons now, these last couple of years for Brie Hargrave. But she's got a little bit of work to do. 1 up in the best of 3, just needs to get over the top of Rebecca Petch to claim 3rd place in the women's sprint. Hargrave is in this position, racing for 3rd because her compatriot, Alessia McCaig, beat her in the semi-final. And for Petch, it was Elise Andrews, Com Games medalist from this year. It'll be racing against McCaig for that race for gold and silver. I'll come around now to hear the sound of the bell. Hargrave got herself into the 1st position. She's happy to go from the front here. It's a tight track, steep bends here in Darebin. She feels she has an advantage from the 1st position as they go down the back straight. Rebecca Petch from New Zealand with all the work to do. Out of the saddle there for Hargrave on the front, getting up to maximum speed. Petch is in the slipstream, slowly trying to come around the outside, but it's a long straight here at Darebin. but not long enough for Petch, because Bree Hargrave gets there first, comes away with 2 straight wins and 3rd place here in the women's sprint. We have a feast of Kirins coming up as well. So C grade men's and women's, B grade, A grade Kirins. See the replay there. Comfortable, somewhat comfortable win in the end for Bree. I mentioned the long straights. They really are long straights here at Darebin. So even if you're coming around the outside through the bend and it looks as if perhaps you're not going to quite get there, it is a long run down to the line here at Darebin. And for those of you that know cycling in Victoria and the venues from back in the day, I say Darebin, we used to call this Northcote, and the track here tonight is sitting on the foundations of the old outdoor velodrome where the Austral was held many years ago. So same location, vastly different velodrome though, being indoor, wooden and very fast. This is the race for the win though, and Elise Andrews has gone one up. She won the first of the best of 3, and the youngster Alessia McCaig is in position number 1 leading through. Bendigo lady chatting to her father when I came to the velodrome here this afternoon. Proud parents. Alessia really has done very well. Commonwealth Games as well, alongside Bree Hargrave, and also Christina Clonan from Brisbane, who's not here racing the competition in Melbourne. And that opens it up for Bree and Alessia to shine with our number 1 sprinter in Christina Clonan not here. Andrews has had a sensational season. Dominated the Commonwealth Games, winning 4 gold medals. She won all the sprint events, sprint, Keirin and team sprint, but also picked up, I think it was silver medal. So 3 gold and a silver medal in the team pursuit. They needed a 4th rider. She stepped in. They come away with the win, and down the back straight she needs to step up and around the outside, and that's exactly what she's doing. Oh, Andrews from New Zealand, so strong, so fast, coming over the top of Alessia McCaig. So 2 straight to Andrews, and she comes away with the UCI sprint win for the elite women, and a great result there from Alessia McCaig as well. Still progressing up through the ranks, and every time she gets on the track she seems to have stepped up just that little bit more. The next events to come will be the graded Keirin races, so you'll have a feast of Keirins before we get through to the UCI international event for the elite men and women. Azazul Arwang, who we saw just win the sprint competition, he is the big man, the big little man. He's short in stature, but certainly a big star in international sprinting. Former Keirin world champion. He is the favourite, but Keirins, they throw things up. Who knows what might happen? It's all about tactics, not just pure speed. Andrews is the favourite for the women's Keirin as we see that. Then we'll go into the Austral. We'll have the Para Austral Wheelrace tonight as well. And then the women's Austral. That's been around for the last 11 years, I think it is. And of course the men's Austral goes back 125 editions. 125th tonight. And the final is set. We'll talk about that a little bit later as we get into the program. The heats were held this afternoon, or late this afternoon. So both men's and women's finals are set and ready to go. Georgia Baker will be the lone scratch lady in the women's final. And the men, that has a couple of Com Games champions and representatives in Kell O'Brien and Luke Plapp riding off scratch. And they have Josh Duffy and Tom Cornish on 15 metres just in front of them. For Baker, she has Alex Manley riding off 15 metres. So her Madison partner in many races around the world. So good friends. They're the backmarkers in the women's race. Good friends, backmarkers in the men's race as well. So we have kicked things off. Things are underway here. AusCycling's 125th Austral Wheelrace. Thanks to the Quest at Ivanhoe. If you're coming to Melbourne, the Quest at Ivanhoe, fantastic place to stay. If you're watching this, you're India Cycling, so support the Quest if you do come down to Melbourne, because they are great supporters of AusCycling and AusCycling Victoria. A lot of the riders do stay there when they come down for these events. This is the C-grade Kieran. And we have Ruben Smith, Lawson Fransman, Dylan Rogers, Hamish Clarkson, Xavier Spiriani, Oscar Gallagher and Sean Cleary. I can see I called out all the starters, but not all of them are there. Only 4 of them on the start line. So I have to just check the riders that didn't take to the start line. They had a lot of scratch races and things this afternoon as well. Some tired legs out there. C-graders typically not as well trained as some of them. So we do have Ruben Smith on the front. He's followed by Lawson Fransman. I think Xavier Spiriani is also there, Blackburn Cycling Club. Ruben Smith, he's from Wangaratta. Big flat track up there, very different to this track. Used to have a fantastic wheel race. So that's him on the front position in the orange colours. Three heats for the C grade. First 2 riders will go through into the final. Motorbike now comes off, 3 laps to go. And it's down the back straight. The bike comes off, and whenever we do have Kierans, we don't often get to see Kierans at the lower categories. And this is one of the indicators for me, which I don't like the rule changes in the Kieran. They changed it a few years ago as Ruben Smith comes through. When the bike comes off, 3 laps to go, for the riders at this level, perhaps it's a tad too far and it just becomes a 4-up or a 6-up derby type of race. And they come around now the speed is on. And Smith it is from Wangaratta that really gets it going. Fransman in second position. First 2 to go through, and they're going to sort this one out for the judges very early as they go down the back straight. Fransman coming up to the back wheel of Smith, but the other 2 riders are well in the distance behind. So these 2 will go through. Fransman will get the win ahead of Ruben Smith. So the Wangaratta Cycling Club second, Caulfield Carnegie first, and 2 more C-grade Kieran heats to come. First 2 go through. They made that nice and easy for the judges, didn't they? First and second all the way around behind the bike, first and second at the finish with a big gap to third and fourth. Clear cut. There's our first 2 riders going through into the final of the C-grade Kieran. Look on the face indicates the chips don't taste too well, but I actually had some just before. They're not too bad. Bit of chicken salt on there. They're okay. Don't be deterred by that facial expression. Plenty of action on the infields. Some big stars as well. My old teammate Brett Aitken down there with the national team program. Also Shane Kelly, 4-time world champion. Well-known multiple Olympian. 5 Olympic Games I think Shane went to. Great to see riders of that calibre staying within the sport and passing on their knowledge as the next C-grade Kieran heat comes onto the track. And it's a full list of 7 riders. Almost too many to fit on the track by the looks of it. Bit of manoeuvring at the top to get themselves sorted. Alistair Taylor at the bottom of the track. Then Simon Lee, Luke Taylor, Gary Raby, Aaron Sluter, John Quilgan, and then Chi Dungy at the top of the track, riding for the Brunswick Cycling Club. So Brunswick, Shepparton, Ballarat and Hawthorn Cycling Clubs in amongst the group here in the second heat of C-grade for the men's Kieran. Karen O'Callaghan is the commissaire on the track, just giving them their final instructions. Vastly experienced commissaire, Karen. I do a lot of events with her in my other various roles I do with AusCycling as race director and media roles. And I have lots of conversations with Karen. She has so much information about the rules and the regulations. She's always on top of the rule changes as well. So great to see someone like Karen that's passing on her knowledge. And we are underway. C-grade Kieran, heat number 2. Alistair Taylor from the Brunswick Cycling Club onto the back of the motorbike. 6 laps of the track, 3 laps behind the bike, and 3 laps with the bike off the track. And with full field now of 7 riders, we should see a bit more speed when the bike does come off. Riders down the back will not be hanging around there for too long if the speed at the front is slow when they get to 3 laps to go. One more lap now for the bike to come off. Taylor leads from Lee. Luke Taylor in 3rd wheel in the black colours. He's riding for the Ballarat and Sebastopol Cycling Club. Orange colours, looking over the shoulder, giving himself a little bit of room there. That's Gary Raby, rides for Brunswick. And he's drifted up the track as well now, so the bike's come off, and Gary in the orange did not want to be in the position he was. He's put himself back to 7th position. Interesting tactics from the man from Brunswick. It's still Alistair Taylor that's out in front. And I think we're going to see a flyer here from Gary Raby. He's giving us all the indications. Smoke signals are being put out by Gary Raby, trying to tell us what he's going to do. Doesn't want to go too early, but that has allowed a move to go. And they'll come around to get the bell this time. And I got them wrong, sorry. This is Raby that's come down the back straight. The orange colours, different rider. It's Raby that's gone through on the grey. Now he's been run down, and we'll see Luke Taylor come over the top, and it's going to be close as they come down to the line, but it will be Simon Lee on the inside. Simon Lee in the black colours. Simon Lee from Andrew Sluter. So Shepparton Cycling Club gets a win here tonight at the Darebin International Sports Complex. The 125th running of the Austral Wheelrace. A huge night in international cycling. The Austral Wheelrace with such history. And of course, we finish things off tonight with the Australian men's and women's Madison races. So some sprint racing, some short stuff in the Kirins for the powerful riders. The Austral itself, which has a mixed bag of sprinters, and a couple of the pure sprinters have made it into the final as well, in the men's race in particular, along with some of the more endurance-based riders like Luke Plapp and Georgia Baker in the women's, and also Kell O'Brien in the men's. And then they all come out for the Madison at the end. The real enduros, the Duro Hounds, will be out to race the Madison races to finish the night off. Women will be first, then the final event tonight will be the men's Madison. Heat 3, C-grade Kieran. Will Key from Coburg Cycling Club. Daniel Jackson from Castlemaine. Craig Moreski from Darwin. It's great to see a rider from the NT down here. Angelo Spriani from Preston. And then it's Banana Man from Preston. And Alvin Dumoraros, also riding from Preston. And Greg Walters from the St Kilda colours. Number 151, Greg Walters. We'll also see Greg in the Para Austral later on tonight as well. He's a para athlete, so great to see him competitive as well in some of these able body races. So 2 riders in the yellow colours, but the one with the yellow bike and the yellow skin suit and the yellow wheel, that is Banana Man. And I'm not giving you his actual name because on the start list, he is just Banana Man. Well known in the Melbourne cycling scene. Slow to get themselves up towards the bike though. There he is, Banana Man. No prizes for guessing where he gets that nickname from. Third and final heat of the C-grade Keirin. First two through to the final. And as I said, we've got a festival of Keirins until we get down to the UCI events themselves, which are for international points, for the point system to qualify for the World Championships, which of course is super important when you're looking towards the Olympic Games, which are not too far away. They need to make sure that we get enough points in all of these events to also make sure we have enough riders. Riders themselves individually need to have qualification for World Championships these days, not just the country. And you don't want to limit the riders you get to choose from when we're talking about selecting national teams a little bit further down the track. So very important for these riders in the UCI events that have points allocated to really put in a good showing. Will Key it is from Coburg that's on the front. They'll come around to get 2 laps to go. Daniel Jackson from Castlemaine Cycling Club. He lives in Bendigo though. He's in second position. He's in the yellow colours with the blue helmet. Key still leads as they come around to get the bell this time. Jackson wants to go. You can see the urgency really starting to push it. Wants to get over the top. 1 lap to go it is now, but Will Key seemed as if he was playing with them. I thought he was going to get run down, but now he's got a second wind. He's really giving it a kick, putting the foot in, and around he comes. He'll get through. Can Jackson hold on for second? Yes, of course he can. So Will Key and Daniel Jackson, the next 2 C-graders to go into the final. That was a strong ride by Will. He was foxing. Sitting on the front, he had complete control, even with 7 riders in the race. So clearly, he was seated well, rode from the first position, and just went quarter throttle, half throttle, 3/4, and then full gas. No one could come around. Kiss cam. Almost kiss cam then. Well, very reluctant to be on kiss cam. On to B grade now. Keirin's again. This is the first heat. Again, 2 riders to go through. Big field. So Samuel McKee from Launceston. He's number 93. Then Daniel Bucknell from Ballarat. Hayden van der Ploeg rides for the city of Burnie. So 2 riders from Tasmania. Great to see them over here. Cadell Lovett from Bathurst Cycling Club. Now, I'm not sure how old Cadell is, but I'm pretty sure he's named after the very famous Tour de France winner. Kai Felsted from Blackburn. Connor Doyle from the South Coast. And Kai Arbery from Mount Gambier, crossing the border from South Australia. Good little outdoor track over there in Mount Gambier, 333 metres. A little bit more tricky to be racing on the boards here at Darebin. You can already see just the subtle differences between the B and the C grade fields that we saw in the last 3 heats. Some young riders out there. Kai Aubrey, it is, that's on the front for the Mount Gambier Cycling Club, number 104. They'll come around to get 1 more lap before the motorcycle comes off the track. Samuel McKee from Launceston in second position. Little look over the shoulder just to check to see who's there. 2 riders, of course, from Tasmania. 2 riders to go through, so they might be able to look after each other a little bit. And the bike comes off. McKee it is. Cautiously down the back straight, 2.5 laps to go. They're starting to bunch up a little bit. Nobody desperately wanting to go to the front too soon. Felstead it is in the red colours, sitting on the outside of McKee. He's now constantly looking over the shoulder and just now getting over the top of McKee. So McKee in a little bit of trouble now as he's on the inside underneath. We'll see if Felstead can do something because they get 1 lap to go. Powerful move from Bucknell around the outside though. But Felstead down the back straight, just monitoring the pace. You're going to have to go pretty hard to get around the outside of these guys now. Felstead coming into the finish line. He's going to hold on for the win and then squeezing over the top. I don't think it was Bucknell that got second, but definitely Kai Felstead from Blackburn Cycling Club. Took control, went around the front nice and early, put himself in the right position, and then was strong enough and fast enough to hold on. You'll be one to watch in the B-grade final later on tonight. That was heat 1 of B-grade Kieran. 2 more heats to come. First 2 riders through into the final. We've seen our first 2. It may have been Oscar Gallagher, actually, that might have been second. So I'll wait for confirmation. It was indeed. So Felstead and Gallagher, the 2 riders to go through into the final. Heat number 2, B-grade Kieran, and a couple of riders not on the start line here. So I'll have to have a quick look to see what the numbers are that have not lined up. Oops. Careful, careful. So holding the hips, not a good idea. And the riders, just the handlers, should be holding the saddle underneath. Maybe one hand on the back of the rider to give them the push, because they all want to get a push off the start. Not necessary anymore. They have to draw their positions before they come onto the track. And then for the first half lap, they must line up behind the motorbike in the positions that they drew. The old rules, you could fight for position straight off the start line. That's changed, so it's not so important to get that all-important push off the start line. They must filter into those start positions that were predetermined. Four laps to go. Heat number 2 of the B-grade Kieran. Lachlan Oliver leads them through. Again, first 2 riders to go in to the final. Zane Fisher, Tom Butler also in there. And it's Tom Butler in second position behind Oliver. Pink helmet, that's Zane Fisher. And he's wasting a lot of energy sitting up on the outside. They're not going super quick, but he still is pushing into the wind a little bit. Not in a slipstream at all. So just wasting a little bit more energy than he needed to. Black colours on the inside. That's Jack Hadley from Launceston. And again, it's Lachlan Oliver. So Lockie Oliver bounces out of the saddle this time as they come around to get 1 lap to go. He doesn't want to get run down, so he's gone nice and early, but the running is coming. And it's Hadley coming straight up around the outside, flying down the back straight. These 2 will go through. First 2 to go through to the final. It's only a heat, and it will be Hadley and Butler. Kalen Tucker and Tom Butler. So the next two riders to go through. One more B grade Kieran to come, and then we get into the UCI Kiirans. Women's up first, followed by the men. And Elise Andrews, Commonwealth Games champion, is going to be on the start line, along with Bree Hargrave, Jackie Mengler-Moore, Lizianne Fox, and also Doris Marr. That'll be the first heat. Leslie McKay ranked number 1 from the second heat. It'll be a very interesting heat, that one. But Elise Andrews, great to see the Kiwis over here, and someone as good as Elise, who was so strong at the Commonwealth Games earlier this year. Third and final heat of the men's B grade Kieran. Only 5 riders on the start line here. Grey colours there, that is Tobias Marzella. Powerful looking rider. Bikes coming around, 6 laps to go. And just about to get themselves underway. The third and final heat of B grade for the men. And right at the very back there, we see William Mathwin from the Norwood Cycling Club, South Australian. Strong club, the Norwood Club. They did have a velodrome back there back in the day. No longer there, but gee, when they had that track, it was such a strong scene. The Port Adelaide Cycling Club really seems to have taken over since then. Neil Van Niekerk from Mount Gambier. He's in the black colours behind the motorcycle. So Van Niekerk leads them all. Charlie Abel in second position. Just starting to give himself a little bit of room to move there. Charlie Abel in second position. Not riding hard on the wheel of Van Niekerk. 3 laps to go. The bike now comes off. Niekerk leads them through. Abel in second position. Then it's Jemison Key from the Norwood Cycling Club. Third position. Marzella sits there in fourth in the grey and black colours, and right at the very back, that's William Mathwin. 2 laps to go. Very cautious, looking at each other. First 2 riders to go through. We have our 4 from the first 2 heats. And there's the first move. Charlie Abel goes around the outside. And he's going really well. They've left it pretty late, these riders. Abel up to full speed as they come into the back straight. First 2 to go through. It's going to be tough, though, because Van Niekerk in the black coming back up around the outside. Van Niekerk might be able to get himself to the line, or he'll just get run down by Jamison Key. So Jamison Key and Neil Van Niekerk, they're the 2 riders that will go through into the B-grade Kieran final. Three wide from Jamison Key. Job well done on this track. Steep bends and steep transitions when you go into them. So to go 3 wide around the outside, pretty good effort there from young Jamison Key. Next race on the track will be the first of our UCI Kieran races. Heat 1 of the women's UCI Kieran event. It does have UCI points allocated to it, so very important for the riders of the Commonwealth, of the Oceania region, to score points here to help them on their pathway into the World Championships for next year. World Cups as well, of course, as part of that qualification system to get into the World Championships. And it's all part of the 125th edition of the Great Austral Wheelrace. This year, proudly supported by Quest of Ivanhoe. And we have the Australian Madison Championships coming up later this evening as well. The New Zealand colours at the bottom of the track, that's Elise Andrews. 3 gold and 1 silver at the Commonwealth Games this year. The silver, well, that was in the team pursuit. They had 3 endurance riders. They needed an extra because one of their riders unfortunately broke her wrist, I think it was, on the lead up to only in the final week or two before the Commonwealth Games. So they needed another rider just to take to the start line. Elise said, yep, I'll give it a go. Did the first few laps, then got out of the way, let the other 3 go, but they finished second. She got herself a silver medal in a track endurance event. So it was a fantastic ride from a pure sprinter like Elise. She won the sprint, Kieran, and the team sprint. New Zealand had a fantastic sprint competition at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham this year. Right at the very top of the track there, you can see with the helmet just popping up above all the others. That's Jackie Mengler-Moore from the Balmoral Cycling Club. Oh, no, sorry, my mistake. That's Doris Marr, Doris Marr at the back. Mengler-Moore in the blue colours in 3rd position. Lizanne Fox in 2nd, getting in behind Elise Andrews. And in the white colours, we saw her before, that's Bree Hargrave from South Australia. She rode the Commonwealth Games, Kieran, as well. She's been at top level events, Bree. Needs to be in the top 2 to go through, and it might be about who's going to follow Elise Andrews' wheel because she's so fast. That is the wheel to follow if you want to make your way into the final. Four laps to go. One more until the bike comes off. Andrews leads Fox, then it's Mengler-Moore, Hargrave and Marr. Marr at the back rides for the Blackburn Cycling Club. And Mengler-Moore, the first one to move. The bike's now about to come off. Andrews, look over the shoulder. Now just picks the pace up a little bit as Mengler-Moore gets out of the saddle. And that's been countered by the seated increase. Now it's out of the saddle increase there from Elise Andrews. She takes every race as a professional, does not want to get surprised. You'd think it'd be easy for her, the first 2 to go through. And look at this, the squeeze is on as Hargrave comes up around the outside. Really dangerous moment if she did turn left and squeeze the riders underneath her. Now it's the 2 out in front. Hargrave and Andrews out of the saddle again for Andrews. So she's had a couple of goes to get up to speed, and we can see the result of Hargrave trying to get around the outside of Andrews. She's exploded, and that has allowed Fox to come through on Andrews' wheel. And there's your 2 to go through to the final. Bit of an upset to see Hargrave not make it through, but that was purely because Andrews is so strong. Fox had the wheel to follow. I said it before. She glued herself to it, and that dragged her into the final. Actually, with 2 heats, 3, I should say, first 3 riders will go through. Only 2 heats. I was thinking of those graded races we had earlier, B grade, C grade, 3 heats. There's only 2 in the women. So the first 3 will go through. And Hargrave finishing 4th, unfortunately, won't get through. She'll be really disappointed with that. She certainly knows that she's a better rider than that. But try to get over the top of Elise Andrews. That was going to be a tough one. Madeline Godby from the USA. You can see just holding onto the fence there. This is Heat 2. Alessia McCaig, Rebecca Petch from New Zealand, McCaig from Bendigo, Clinda Robinson from the Bathurst Cycling Club. Both Clinda and Alessia were part of the Podium Potential and that national program, and both riders just recently going back to their home state institutes just to prepare for the next level of competition coming up. And also Molly McGill from Balmoral in this one as well. She's the rider at the bottom of the track. Molly McGill in the Queensland colours, rides for the Balmoral Cycling Club. Top of the track is Alessia McCaig. So Alessia McCaig at the top of the track. Kalinda Robinson just on the inside of her. Then we go down to the rider from the United States. That's Madeline Godby. In front of her is Rebecca Petch from New Zealand. And it's Molly McGill that lines up on the motorcycle. In the Queensland Academy of Sport colours, rides for the Balmoral Cycling Club. Fantastic traditional club up there in Brisbane, Balmoral. Always had a lot of depth over the years. Also good to see the two country clubs in Bendigo with McCaig and Bathurst with Robinson represented. They're the two riders at the back of the lineup now. A little look over the shoulder from Robinson in fourth position to see where McCaig is. She's not going anywhere just yet. 4 laps to go. Bike comes off next time around. It will be McGill that leads them into the final 3 laps. As we've seen so far in all of the races, both the CB and the first heat of the UCI Women's Keirin race, pace doesn't really come on when the bike goes off immediately. It's a little bit too far out, 3 laps to go, to really go full gas all the way to the end. So a little bit more cautiously as we see McGill going down the back straight. Godby leaving a little bit of room. The rider from the USA in third position, constantly looking over the shoulder. Now there's a move coming from Robinson. 2 laps to go. Robinson it is, the first one to pounce. McCaig on her wheel. And 2 abreast as they go down the back straight. McCaig needs to be careful to get over the top of Petch, and she just has done so. So Robinson leads as they come down to get the bell. McCaig in second position. Then it's McGill in third. And here comes Petch, though. The New Zealander, we were waiting for it. She's such a fast rider. Robinson trying to hold on to get the win. Won't matter. First 3 will go through. Petch will get the win. And the rider to miss out will be Alessia McCaig. Squeezed in the middle there in 4th place. So a bit of a surprise there to see Alessia and also Bree Hargrave from the previous heat miss out on going into the final. Robinson on the inside definitely through. Godby up on the outside for the USA. And from New Zealand, Rebecca Petch has made her way through to the final. So Petch and Andrews, the 2 big favoured riders from New Zealand, have made their way into the final, along with Madeline Godby as well. Lizanne Fox is going to be there. Kalinda Robinson, great ride for her. She missed out on Commonwealth Games selection this year. She was the 4th rider out of 3 they chose. So knocking on the door, a good result for her to get herself into this UCI Women's Keirin final. Heat number 1 of the UCI Men's Keirin coming up onto the start line now. And this will be really interesting to see. Just looking down to see where he is. But Tom Cornish has had a big program as he lines up. He's had a couple of races and also he's made his way into the Austral final. So tough ask for him to keep coming up and stepping up at this level. Sam Dakin from New Zealand as well. So the big Kiwi rider there. Daniel Barber, Erin Young from the United States, also Lance Abshire, also 2 riders from US. Byron Davies, he's the rider in the the maroon colours of Queensland. Reasonably new to the sport and really has come on in the last 18 months. And Ned Pollard in the VIS, the blue colours of the Victorian Institute of Sport at the top of the track, being held up by Shane Kelly. So Cornish down the bottom. Tom Cornish will be obliged to go into position number 1 behind the motorcycle. Daniel Barber beside him. Erin Young, I should say. Erin Young in the colourful skin suit and colourful legs, the tattoos. That's the rider from the United States. So Cornish followed by Aaron Young from the US. Then it's the New Zealander in Sam Dakin. Big Byron Davies, the Queenslander, sits in 4th place. Look at him, he towers above the rest of the riders. He's a huge man, Davies. Lance Abshire is sitting behind him. Perhaps the shortest in the field, riding behind the largest. You'll get a good draft behind him. Then it's Ned Pollard, second from last position. And Cornish it is at the very end. I have one rider that wasn't on my start list. Daniel Barber it is. Sorry, Daniel Barber at the behind the motorcycle, with Cornish at the other end. And Cornish is the favoured rider. And he's now moving up, but as I said before, he's had a big program today. Lots of racing at the sprint rounds earlier. Then he went out and raced in the heat of the Austral, made his way into the final, but then he was straight back for the next round of sprints, and it cooked him. It really did hurt. This is going to be a big ask for him, but he's so fast. World Championship victory this year in the team sprint for Tom Cornish. Dakin it is from New Zealand. 2 laps to go now. This is perfect for Tom Cornish. He didn't want to have to lead out from a long way to go. It's been a tough program for him. He's a world champion from this year, and he needs to be in second position. He has to fight off Byron Davies, though. Davies up around the outside. Now Cornish has to work hard. Dakin it is on the inside, starting to get up into top gear. Davies trying to come around the outside. Barber trying to go 3 wide. Cornish trying to squeeze through. First 3 to go through. Cornish will get through. Great ride from Sam Dakin from New Zealand. He won the race. He gets his way through. Cornish had to be smart, really had to be smart and aggressive to squeeze through. He's the rider in second position on the bottom of the track. Little bit of a gap opened up, and he pushed his way ahead of Byron Davies, with Daniel Barber over the top to be the 3rd rider. So those 3 will go through. Unlucky for Davies, he did hit out early, which showed good character, just couldn't quite hold on at the end to make it into the top 3. Signs of fatigue there for Tom Cornish, but he was smart enough to just fight his way into the final. Second and final heats of the UCI men's Kirin race, and the man just straightened his bike up a little bit, jumping up the track. That is Azazul Awang, the 2017 World Kirin Champion, medalist at the Kirin at the Olympic Games in Tokyo last year, and also a medalist at the Rio Olympic Games 4 years before that. He has won the UCI sprint competition here today. Now it's into the Kirin. This is his pet event. He's showing superior speed to all the other riders. Tactically, he's brilliant. It's going to be tough. It's always harder when you're looking at Kirin racing. The tactics, so many more riders, all fighting for position. First 3 to go through to the final. There's Awang with the $60,000 bicycle, or thereabouts, I think it is. They developed for the Tokyo Olympic Games. Connor Rowley just going off camera there in the black colours. And right at the very top of the track, that's Paul Buschek from Austria. He's more of a road/track endurance rider. This will be a tough one for him. This is not his type of racing. And likewise, but perhaps less so, Roy Efting from the Netherlands, the first rider up onto the motorbike. Now, he's been a medalist at the World Championships in the scratch and the points race. But we've thrown him into the Kirin here as well, just to see how he can fare against some of the fastest men on the planet. James Brister in second position. He's also a part of that podium potential group of sprinters just behind our absolute national team. He's been knocking on the door, James Brister. If he keeps doing it, he will smash through it at some point. Behind him, Sam Gallagher. We saw him finishing second to Awang in the sprint competition. He's a crafty rider. He's good at these Kirins as well. Then it's Awang. Connor Rowley, the big man in the black colours. And I bumped into Connor before the start earlier today as he moves up around the outside. I just wanted to know what gear he would be riding, because he does like riding a big gear. And for you bike nerds, he said he's on about 120 to 124 inch. He didn't know exactly as the bike comes off now with 3 laps to go. He can squat 240 kilograms as well. He's not a weightlifter, but he almost is. He's a weightlifting cyclist, big powerful man, Connor Rowley, as he comes to the front. Rides for the Blackburn Cycling Club, represents Ireland internationally though, but he is an Aussie. And he's really trying to get things going now. Brister around the outside, Rowley trying to get onto the wheel. And look at Arwang. He's seen the move, he's seen the danger with Brister going. And Arwang is going to guarantee he makes his way into the final. He comes around with 1 lap to go, and Arwang is comfortably going to cruise his way around this final lap. He'll be able to look over the shoulder, look between the legs perhaps, gas off a little bit, save some energy now as he comes to the line. Arwang's through to the final. That was expected. Brister will be there as well. And the big man, Connor Rowley, he'll be in the final also. 3rd place for him. That's the UCI Men's Kirin final sorted. A former world champion has made his way through, as we would have thought. He really has got good form. He did say earlier, he said, my legs are feeling really good. Certainly showing on the track, that's for sure. Hello to everybody in the crowd. It is filled up now as well. And there were a few spare seats, but there was a function going on earlier in the functions room here at the Darebin International Sports Centre, in the Velodrome at Northcote. And that was for the Amy Gillett Foundation, doing fantastic things, changing road rules and mindsets around Australia. So those people have now filtered down into the crowd as well as we're getting into the fantastic racing. Well, the UCI men's Kirins and women's Kirins out of the way. Onto the A-grade Kirins now. So both men's and women's A-grade and women's B-grade. Then we'll get into the Austral finals. Para-final, then the women's final, and then the 125th edition of the men's Austral final. Over 8 laps of this track, 6 laps for the women. And we've got a few more Kirins to get through before we get to that. A few up-and-coming stars here in the A-grade field. And with 3 heats, it will be the first 2 riders that will go through into the final. Ryan Elliott, the under-19 national champion, he was fantastic earlier this year up in Brisbane on his home track. He's one to look out for. Max Liebknecht as well from Port Adelaide. Lee Hoffman is in this one. Dylan Stanton, Will Eves and Jade Madden. And getting them going is Liebknecht. So Max Liebknecht from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. Very distinctive looking rider with the what looks like a permed mullet flapping out the back of the helmet. Dylan Stanton sits in behind him. Coming now for 4 laps to go. Liebknecht, Stanton. And the bike comes off. Liebknecht it is that leads them through. Jade Madden sitting in 4th position, the second of the riders in the yellow colours. Ryan Elliott in the maroon colours of Queensland. Got himself in a little bit of a pickle here. They'll come around to get the bell, and Elliott, the youngster, have a little bit of work to do if he wants to keep himself in the race. First 2 riders only to go through. And we can see him down the back straight. There's a big gap, and now Elliott really starting to go to move himself up. So Ryan Elliott is desperately trying to get himself into the A-grade final, and he will get the win. So Ryan Elliott, I was a bit worried. He had himself in the pocket, boxed in, but he has the speed, this youngster. Under-19 national champ, stepped out, went whack, and got himself into the final. Did a little bit more than he needed to. Had to dig a bit deeper than perhaps he was hoping for, but still, great ride from him. That was heat number 1 of the men's A-grade Kirin. Heat number 2 up next, 3 heats in total. A couple other interesting riders in this one as well. The A-grade riders, they were having scratch races and some of the endurance races earlier on today. And we've got a mixture of some really fast sprinters like Ryan Elliott we just saw winning there, and some other riders like Jordan Villani and also Cam Rogers, who will be coming out in this next race, which are endurance riders. Villani was a medalist at the National Road Time Trial Championship earlier this year, and Cam Rogers has signed a contract with the Belgian Lotto team alongside Caleb Ewan. So a real track and endurance and road rider in the Kirins as well. It's always interesting to see how they fare up against the pure sprinters. No one paying attention to Kiss Cam. And considering we've got a bunch of old blokes, rightfully so, perhaps. There we go, finally, they've seen us. James Glasspool, the coach of the South Australian Sports Institute squad, former national champion himself in different disciplines. So Adam Lee's at the bottom of the track. Shane Kelly holding him up. Edward Marks from Canberra in the Canberra colours. And I don't see Cameron Rogers in there either, actually. So maybe Cam Rogers is thinking more about what he needs to, which is the Madison race later on. I'm not sure if he made the final of the Austral. I'll have a look at that as well. Dalton Stratton is there as well. Dalton Stretton, I should say. Sorry, Dalton. Dalton Stretton is in there as well for the city of Burnie. He rides for the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. And a big move there from Adam Lees. Got himself nice and quickly onto the bike, unnecessarily so, wasting a little bit of energy, didn't need to, but that's okay. Edward Marks from Canberra, the tall rider youngster, sits in behind him. Then in the red colours is Alex Eves. Stretton sits behind him with the black and green helmet. Hair hanging out the back of that helmet, so right in the centre of the camera there's Dalton Stretton. Now, he was the winner of the Austral last year and unfortunately didn't make the final tonight, so won't be defending his Austral Wheelrace win from last year. That's the Tasmanian sitting in 4th position. Different feel on the bike. The last time I saw Dalton was riding the Tour of Tasmania a couple of weeks ago. Some of the hilliest roads in Tasmania. Now he's out on the boards here at Northcote, riding a Kirin. First 3 riders to go through. He's got Tate Ryan behind him to look after as well, constantly looking over the shoulder. Meanwhile, out in front, Adam Lees still leads the way ahead of Edward Marks. So Ed Marks starting to spread out a little bit as they come down to get 2 laps to go. Here's the move from Eves. Another Tasmanian alongside Stretton. Stretton starting to fade a little bit, but it's Eves that's gone really early. Rides for the Burnie Cycling Club. He's in the red colours, and they'll get the bell this time. He's going to get mowed down by Ed Marks, though. The big, powerful Canberra cyclist. And he's really powering down the back straight, but Tate Ryan from Port Adelaide comes up around the outside of him. First 3 to go through. Ryan will make it. Marks also. And it looked like Lees. Adam Lees also. There's the 3 riders that will go through to the final. Nice finish there from Tate Ryan. So Port Adelaide Cycling Club, I did mention them before when I was talking about the Norwood Cycling Club. Port Adelaide have really taken over, and I'm not sure who won it this year, but they have won the club championship on points aggregate throughout the year, all the different AusCycling events. So National AusCycling Club champions, Port Adelaide, so really have come of age, very strong club. Does look like they're a little bit slow to get the next race out onto the track. They haven't come up immediately. You can see the ladies lined up ready to go. And the men just coming off the track. A few of the sprinters getting themselves ready for the final of the Kirins still to come, warming down on the road bikes, and plenty of them still on the old-fashioned rollers. Very handy at track events. Don't get used that often like they used to with all the new inventions of home trainers and Wahoos, etc. Two of the Bendigo Evans siblings just in behind the man in the yellow shirt. I don't know that guy, but I know brothers and sisters in the background there. Olivia Sens, or Bendigo contingent I can see there. Neve Bradbury also, professional with the Canyon SRAM team. Also former world champion there in Glen O'Shea, one of the coaches of the national program. And Neil Hamey, the man just walking off camera there, would normally not get commentated on, so I'm going to give him a mention. That's Neil Hamey. He's actually the timing guy. He's the guy that brings all the timing and all the results to us. He is crucial, vital in putting all of our races on. So shout out to Neil. And I'm sure he'll be chuffed to hear that he has been mentioned. So the next event, we were to have women's A grade Kirin followed by women's B grade, but they have combined the two from what I'm hearing. Emma Jackson, the first rider to lead them off in front of Hayley Jack. So Emma Jackson, Castlemaine Cycling Club, but lives in Bendigo. Hayley Jack is also from the Bendigo and District Cycling Club, living there. And Elizabeth Green in the black colours in third position. Felicity Wilson-Heffenden from the Hobart Wheelers in fourth position. Another rider that we did see in Tasmania racing in the Women's Tour of Tasmania, thanks to the Spirit of Tasmania. And also right at the very back there is Emily Walker from Launceston. So another couple of Tasmanians out there racing. Bike comes off, 3 laps to go. A little bit of distance there in third wheel by Elizabeth Green being given, showing some respect to the riders behind. Doesn't want to get swamped. And Wilson-Heffenden, she's only 17 years of age, from the Hobart Wheelers in fourth position. She's a fantastic young rider. She was great at the Tour of Tassie, showed a lot of spunk, a lot of character. Not a pure sprinter, but she'll give it a go. Jackson at leads. They come down to 1.5 laps to go now. Hayley Jack in second position. And now Green in the black colours coming up around the outside. Green in the black goes to the front with 1 lap to go. Hayley Jack has got herself onto the wheel though. So the youngster from Bendigo in a good position. She's hard on the wheel. It's going to be hard to come up around the outside. She didn't get a run at it, but she's got the strength. Great legs from Hayley Jack. She will come around and get the win. So that's a great ride from the youngster. Oh, she'll be wrapped with that. You can see. Hand in the air. That was a good ride. Tactically brilliant as well. She really did fight hard to make sure she was in the right position. I was a little bit worried when she was hard on that wheel going down the back straight. Preferably, you'd like to have a bit of a run at it before you come up around the outside. It didn't matter. Hayley had the goods. It's a great ride from her to come away to win the combined A and B Women's Kirin. Inspirational ride from the youngster from Bendigo. The next generation of cyclists, perhaps. That's all it takes. Bring him to the track. Pam and Neville, commissaires and judges for Cycling Victoria was back in the day, AusCycling Victoria now. So the second heat of the combined A and B Women's Kirin coming onto the track now. At the bottom of the track, Sharon Boyd, number 144. Also have Sophie Pappas from the Neo Cycling Club. Top of the track, you can see just getting onto the bike there is Talia Clayton-Goody. We'll also see her, she rides for the Geelong and Surf Coast Cycling Club in the Para Austral coming up as well. Just below her is Emma Mickley from Southern Masters. So 5 riders. Alison Lee in the black colours, second from the bottom. So Sharon Boyd, Alison Lee, Emma Mickley, Sophie Pappas and also Talia Clayton-Goody. Sharon Boyd it is. That'll be the first, as expected, as required, onto the back of the motorcycle. 6 laps of the track, as we've seen for all these other Kirins so far. This is the last of the Kirin heats that we'll see before we go into the Para Austral final, then the Women's Austral, the Men's Austral, and then we'll come back for the UCI Kirin races. The Eureka Cycling Club leads the way. Sharon Boyd it is, down the back straight. And the bike will come off this time. And there it is, 3 laps to go. Boyd leads through. Alison Lee in second position. Gap opened up very quickly though. The acceleration of Boyd has put a few riders into difficulty. 2 laps to go it is for her. Hard on the wheel though is Alison Lee. Made her way down from Shepparton. It's only about an hour and a half or so from north of Melbourne. And waiting to pounce perhaps is Sophie Pappas in third position. Half a lap to go now. Boyd it is, still holding on. She's been on the front since the bike came off, and can she take it all the way to the end? It looks like she might be able to. It's a long finishing straight though. You get a good run off the banking, but she's going to be able to hold on. So Sharon Boyd from the Eureka Cycling Club, she went early, went to the front and did the final 3 laps on the front and just slowly increased the speed all the way through to that last couple of metres. And it was good enough to hold on to get the win. So great ride from her, showing some real strength. Ning Chen from the Blackburn Cycling Club lining up. Next of our women's B grade, Kieran. Bottom of track is Megan Reid from Blackburn. Beside her is Lilith Jones, another from the Bendigo and Districts Cycling Club. Club that I'm a member of, so I'm happy to talk about them. And at the very back there we see getting on is Mirella Willis-Hell. So Willis-Hell looking to give them some, for sure, from the South Coast Cycling Club. 4 riders, small field, as we've seen in the other small field Kieran races. When the bike comes off at 3 laps to go, typically it slows down from the pace the bike set them at, as they have to tactically then start thinking about what they're going to do over the next couple of laps. It's difficult to go all the way over the final 3 laps, but we did see Sharon Boyd do that in the previous race. Good ride from her. Megan Reid leads them through in the colourful colours. Rides for Blackburn. And the tall rider in second position, that's the youngster, Lilith Jones from Bendigo, in the Victorian Institute of Sport colours. Good rider in the endurance events, but only a youngster, still in the junior ranks. Willis-Hell just moving up around the outside in those blue and grey colours, but stuck on the outside, wasn't really willing to commit to go right to the front. She still wants to be in a position of slipstreaming. Doesn't want to fully commit to go to the front though. 2 laps to go. Going down the back straight this time to get 1.5 laps. It's still Megan Reid, leading them down the back straight. Jones in second position. Willis-Hell now a little bit more impetus. You can see, and it's Jones that's the first to react, but Willis-Hell has got her match. They've gone over the top of Reed, and Jones just out-muscled Willis Hell as they went down the back straight, and you can see that she's starting to struggle now as Jones goes forward to get the win. Reed comes through and gets second. Slow reaction, I think, there from Megan Reed. She had some speed to come back for second. Perhaps should have used that when the first punch was taken. And we saw Willis Hell just fading. She had a good kick to start with, but then faded around that final bend. So a good ride, good win from the two youngsters, Hayley Jack and also Lilith Jones, the two young riders from Bendigo. Good rides from them. Not long now until we see the Austral finals, the para, the women and the men. The 125th edition of the Austral Wheelrace. 1887 at the MCG was the first edition. It was 2 miles, about 4,800 metres on the grass track. It has come down once you go into the indoor tracks, just because of the handicap system. You can't do more than 2 kilometres. Not enough space on the track to put some of those riders in the out markers out far enough. So 8 laps of the track for the elite men, 6 for the women. You can see all the riders lining up. On the left-hand side there is Georgia Baker. Triple gold from the Commonwealth Games this year. Fantastic performance. Directly across from her in the black shirt, that's Amber Pate. Heading next year to the Jayco World Tour team. It's the Bike Exchange team this year. They will be known as the Jayco team next year, and Amber Pate will be a member alongside Alex Manley, who's just going out a shot there on the rollers. I might just take a short pause as we see Stephen Pate just coming into camera now, walking past the lap counter there. 4-time winner of the Austral. So just presenting some of the past winners that we have here at the venue tonight. Yeah, I'll just... So great to see the past winners. We will be seeing the 125th winner coming up very soon, or the winner of the 125th edition. Until we get underway, we may just take a short break.
People love cycling, but a large number of people are being hospitalised or killed. We just want to make it safer. Over 10 million Australians rode a bike in the last year. That's more than all of the football codes, netball and cricket participation combined. So we know it's something that Australians love. Amy Gillett Foundation's purpose is to stop cyclists being killed and hospitalised.
I used to ride to school and I was a professional cyclist and elite cyclist for a number of years. But now, when I go out on the roads, I don't feel safe. I want other people to know how awesome riding a bike is. And the biggest blocker to that right now is safety. Every 9 days, a cyclist is killed in our roads, and every day, 20 cyclists are seriously injured. Our mission, our sole mission, is to ensure that we do everything we can to make sure no family has to go through that.
I was part of the crash in 2005 that killed Amy, and have lived with the trauma of that for the last 16 years. So I have chosen to actually come and work for the Amy Gillett Foundation to make a difference in road safety for all bike riders that ride on our Australian roads.
The foundation has been working for over a decade on minimum passing distance laws, which most people know as a metre matters. We've had to go state by state to change the law in every single state. But now, drivers have to give a minimum of a metre when you're passing a cyclist. Our next body of work is around safe roads. How are our roads being built so that they're safe for cyclists and less stressful for drivers? We've found that an enormous number of councils don't have the adequate training on building roads that are safe for cyclists. How are their engineers being upskilled? How are their councillors, how are their mayors being upskilled on roads that are safe for cyclists and less stressful for drivers?
And as a cyclist, I'm a vulnerable road user, and I really benefit from the work of the Amy Gillett Foundation. So to be here in support of a foundation that's really doing a lot to increase road safety within Australia, I'm really passionate and excited to be here.
Community is everything to the Amy Gillett Foundation. We are nothing without our supporters. We exist for bike riders, and it's our bike riders who help us by doing the right thing, by supporting us and being part of our events.
We are so grateful for the organisations that have supported us, and we're so grateful for corporates, businesses that are considering supporting the Amy Gillett Foundation. We are excited about the next body of work that we're doing. We need your help to make it possible.
The Amy Gillett Foundation doing fantastic things for road safety and respect out on the roads of Australia. Welcome back to the 125th edition of the Austral Wheelrace, thanks to Quest in Ivanhoe. It's also the 12th edition of the Women's Austral. First two won by Annette Edmondson. Last year's winner, Maeve Plouffe. What we're seeing here is the Para Austral, and we have 6 riders on the track. 2 riders on scratch. Luke Taylor, he's the rider in the black colours, the larger of the 2 riders, a C4. He's the National Individual Pursuit Champion. He has Greg Walters beside him as a C3, the National Scratch Race Champ. And Taylor and Walters are underway. And you see the 2 riders right behind them. That's Emma Mickle and Talia Clayton-Goody. So 245 metres is the handicap that they have over Taylor and Walters. 6 laps of the track. In between is Erin Rowell and also Sharon Boyd. So those 2 should get together. They're a little bit in front of Taylor and Walters. That's them at the back, the scratch markers. Working well together. They've already picked up about a third of a lap actually to Mickle and Clayton Goody out in front. They'll come around to get 4 laps to go. Now this is the first time we get to see Erin Rowell and Sharon Boyd also working well together, doing a good job of holding off Taylor and Walters as well behind them. The ladies versus the men. Taylor Walters trying to catch Rowell and Boyd, and out in front it's Mickle and Clayton Goody doing a really good job of holding off. They're now starting to get into the sights, though, of Rowell and Boyd. They'll come around to get 2 laps to go, and at the moment, it looks as if the pair of Rowell and Boyd off 70 and 80 metres have the run of this. They're about to catch the 2 outmarkers, Emma Mickle and Talia Clayton Goody. At 2 laps to go, are just about to get caught, but here comes Greg Walters from behind as well. So Rowell and Boyd have got themselves up to the front. Straight up around the outside, though, is Greg Walters. He's come from nowhere. I thought it was for the riders in the middle marks of Rowell and Boyd, but Walters has really brought this one home. 1 lap to go for him it is, and Greg Walters, he's the national scratch race champion, and he's on his way to winning the Para Austral here in 2022. He's got it in the bag. No one's coming back from that far. It'll be a good race for second place, though, because Luke Taylor is trying to get himself up here for second, and he just gets there. So Greg Walters, the 2 scratchmen. Walters comes away with the win, comfortably ahead of Luke Taylor in second position. And I think it was Emma Mickle that might have been third. I'll just wait for confirmation on that one. But the 2 scratchmen getting up in the Para Austral. Walters ahead of Taylor. Also, I should have a shout out to Carol Cook and Em Petricola, 2 superstars of paracycling, and they were helping out at the start there as holders, handlers for the riders as well. Always good to see Em and Carol around the bikes. Petricola is considered the best paracyclist in the world. She's won so many things. And Carol Cook, I don't know, 50 World Championships or something like that. Not quite that many, I'm just joking, but she has won so many. She's been so accomplished. Well, the first of our Austral finals run and won. Next up will be the women, followed by the men. Then we'll get into the Kirin finals before we see the Australian men's and women's Madison championships. It'll be the 12th running of the women's Austral Wheelrace. The first 2 editions, as I mentioned, won by Annette Edmondson, who only retired from cycling in the last 12 months. And last year's winner, who unfortunately is not here because she is on training camp with her new professional team DSM in Spain at the moment. Dutch team, but they're in Spain on training camp, and that's Maeve Plouffe. So she won last year. As the riders come out, riding off 170 metres was Emily Walter from Launceston. Hayley Jack was the last one that just came through there. She's off 160 metres. 5 metres behind her on 155 is Alana Hribar from the Carnegie and Caulfield Cycling Club. 150 metres, Amy Masters. She's from Blackburn. Elizabeth Green is the next rider that will come out from the South Coast Cycling Club. She's off 140 metres. And there's a few riders around that same mark. Amelia Mulhern off 130. And that's her coming through now in the, what do you call that, orangey colours. Also riding alongside her on 130 is Leanne Fox. We saw her put in a good Kirin ride, the bright pink pike. And then a gap of 30 metres back to Belinda Bailey, teenager from the Bendigo and District Cycling Club. 20 metres back now to Norwood Cycling Club's Summer Nordmeyer. South Australian Sports Institute colours. 10 metres behind her off 70 metres is Kira Will, the New South Wales Institute of Sport colours. Ella Sibley from the South Coast Cycling Club off 60 metres, the next one to roll out onto the track in the red colours of the South Australian Sports Institute as well. She'll be joined on 60 metres by Sophie Marr, who rides for Blackburn. You can see now just rolling out. This is Nicola McDonald from New South Wales, but she's now riding for the Norwood Cycling Club off 55 metres, 5 metres ahead of one of the big favourites here, Launceston's Lauren Perry. She took a break from the sport after the Under-19 Junior World Championships. She's back, bigger than better and better than ever, and really doing well. Chloe Moran is the next rider off 30 metres coming out. She's just come back from racing overseas. She won a scratch race at the big competition in Europe. Lucinda Stewart, or Lucy Stewart, off 30 metres as well alongside Chloe Moran. And there's Alex Manley rolling out. Rides for the Bike Exchange cycling team. She's off 15 metres. And here is your scratch lady, Georgia Baker. Triple gold medals at the Commonwealth Games this year on the road and on the track. She rides for Northern Districts. She's from Tasmania and she is a dead set superstar. She is our lone rider off scratch, chasing 15 metres to her professional road teammate in Alex Manley. Very even spread. Outmarker Emily Walker from Launceston on 170 metres, 10 metres ahead of Hayley Jack. We saw Hayley win that Kieran heat just before, the youngster from Bendigo. Crafty little rider. And they are strewn right around the track here. Walker off 170, Jack off 160, Hrebar 155, Masters off 150, then it's Elizabeth Green off 140, Amelia Mulhern off 130, also Lizanne Fox. 30 metre gap then back to 100 metres, and Belinda Bailey, the youngster from Bendigo, 20 metres on 80 back to Nordmeyer from South Australia, and then 70 metres to Kira Will. 2 riders off 60 metres, Sophie Marr and Ella Sibley. Nicola McDonald off 55. 50 metres is Lauren Perry, 30 metres is Chloe Moran, also 30 metres Lucy Stewart, 15 metres Alex Manley as we mentioned, and the rider off scratch, Georgia Baker. All the riders are set to go. You can see the officials just checking. Nick Owen, the big powerful man, coach of the Australian paracycling team, sports physiologist, ready to push off Georgia Baker. There's Brett Aitken and Shane Kelly, 2 former teammates in the national track program. Multiple Olympic medals for both riders. And here we go, Georgia Baker. This is the 13th edition of the Austral Wheelrace for the women, and Georgia Baker is underway. Big gap to cover though. Emily Walker off 170, but Georgia Baker, it's been a sluggish start for Georgia. She had a 15-metre gap to Alex Manley. Manley has swung up the track and got immediately onto the wheel of Georgia Baker. So Chloe Moran, Georgia Baker and Alex Manley, the 3 riders at the back, getting together. They've got themselves a plan. They've put Manley on the back. She perhaps is the rider with the best form. Now it's a group of 5 at the back. They'll work together to try and come over that advantage that Emily Walker and Hayley Jack have way out in front. So big group of 5 riders now. Lauren Perry is there as well. Lucy Stewart is the second rider of that group. Already caught and passed a rider as we go towards the front. Big coming together at the front. We can see the second rider there, that's Hayley Jack. They're not as organised as the back markers. They need to get organised out in front. 2 laps to go now. Hayley Jack comes through. Swings up, gets out of the way. And the chase is on. The scratch markers, the back markers, have them in their sights. They haven't combined very well out in front. They'll come around to get the bell. There'll be a rush from behind. You can see there they are at the back of the picture there. Georgia Baker and Alex Manley coming up around the outside. They've made contact to the leaders. 3/4 of a lap to go, and it's Baker down the back straight up around the outside. Her teammate Manley in second position, and the 2 back markers will come through to get the win. Is it going to be Baker? Is it Manley? Manley up over the top. Oh, and she was close. It may have been Alex Manley. Georgia Baker was doing the job. She was doing everything she could to get her friend up for the win. I'm not sure who was there in the end. Was it Baker or was it Manley? Wow, the scratch rider, Georgia Baker, what a powerful performance from her to come off a 170-metre deficit to get up around the outside. And this is where we need to look. Baker, so strong out in front. That track experience that she has got her there. Ooh, I'm still not sure. This is a better shot. Well, it was going to be a better shot, but now we'll go back. This is really tight. We can see the officials are focusing as much as we are now. Oh, I think it's Manley on the outside. I think it's Alex Manley. We're waiting for official confirmation. Too close to call. And it's going to go down to the photo finish. Alex Manley it is. The call has been given. Alex Manley on the outside. And we saw it from the start. Manley swung up and got onto Georgia's wheel. They had a plan. And Georgia wanted to help her teammate get up for the win. I'll tell you what, Georgia almost got it herself. That was a brilliant ride from Georgia Baker and a great win for Alex Manley. Whew, what a finish. They came from the clouds, caught them coming into the final lap, and that speed that they've carried with them right from the start, up around the outside, it was a convincing ride from both those riders once they got them in their sights. And the strength of Georgia Baker to drag them in, reel them in and go around. It was a tough ask for Alex, even to get up around the outside of Georgia. She was so strong. So well done to both of those riders, and congratulations to Alex Manley. What a great win in the women's Austral. Teammates and friends, both on the road and on the track. Alex did a great job of setting Georgia up for the Commonwealth Games gold medal road race. She won the sprint in the road race, and Alex Manley did a fantastic job in the final lead out. But what a close finish between these two riders. Almost looked as if they were both too shy to throw to the line. They weren't desperate. It was whoever got there first. It's okay, you can have it. No, you can have it. Alex said, well, okay, I will. Time for the 125th edition now of the men's Austral Wheelrace. And off 220 metres, Will Key. He has a huge gap of 70 metres back to Oscar Gallagher off 150. Tom Butler just coming through there. He's also on 150 alongside Gallagher. 20 metres back to 130, and Kai Felsted from Blackburn Cycling Club. Only 5 metres there back to Angus Miller. Youngster from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia. Has a big future though. He's a really good kid, this Angus Miller. Daniel Bucknell from Ballarat and Sebastopol off 120. Ned Pollard off 100 metres. He's a danger man. He's a really fast sprinter, and off a 100-metre handicap, if he can look after himself, he'll be very dangerous at the end. Cameron Rogers, the new professional for next year with the Lotto cycling team. Canberra Cycling Club, he rides off 90 metres. Paul Bischek from Austria off 80 metres. It's a new thing for him, the Austrian, riding these handicap races, but he's adapted well. He's made his way into the final of the Austral Wheel Race. Big Byron Davies rides for the Ipswich Cycling Club, Queenslander. He's off 80 metres. He also has Dylan Ether from Dubbo beside him. Three riders that sit on 80, Ether, Davies and Buschek. Now, next international rider, Roy Efting from the Netherlands. Medalist at the World Championships in scratch and points race. He's off 70 metres alongside Patrick Eddy, Bendigo Cycling Club. Rides for the DSM development team in Europe. Good to see Pat Eddy back on the track. Ollie Bledden from Norwood Cycling Club off 60 metres. And he sits alongside Kurt Ether, another very fast rider from Dubbo. 10-metre drop back down to 50 metres. There's Jensen Plowright in the Groupama FDJ colours, going up to the big ranks next year as a pro as well. Another fast rider, Plowright. Noah Blannon from the Gold Coast off 50 metres, riding alongside Jensen Plowright. 40 metres, Blake Agnoletto from Bendigo. Only rider on 40. 20-metre gap back to Graham Frisley. Frisley the Grizzly, born in Montana, rides for Brunswick. Super fast rider. He's off 20 metres alongside the Australian individual pursuit champion, Connor Lay. From Western Australia, rides for the Peel Districts Cycling Club. Connor Lay, as he rolls out, big man, powerful rider, very strong indeed. We saw how strong he was in the heats earlier today. Then two riders off 15 metres. Tom Cornish is the most interesting perhaps because he is a pure sprinter. World team sprint champion. He's made his way into the Austral final. He'll be riding alongside Josh Duffy, very fast rider from Launceston, part of the Australian team pursuit team. And then two scratchmen, the first of them, Luke Plapp, in his Brunswick cycling colours, but he rides for the Ineos professional team in the World Tour. Great to see him in the Brunswick kit here today. Kell O'Brien, though, he rides for St Kilda, but he's in his professional team. He's a Melbourne boy, he's getting the crowd revved up, and Kell O'Brien would love to win this again. He won it in 2019. He would love to put his name on that trophy twice. So Kell O'Brien and Luke Plapp, our two scratchmen, both Victorians, St Kilda and Brunswick Cycling Club, and two big-time professionals. It's great to have our road pros back here racing events like the Austral Wheelrace and the Australian Madison Championship later on tonight. What a field. O'Brien, Plapp, Duffy, Cornish, Lee, Frisley, Agnoletto, Blannon, Plowright, Ether, Bledden, Eddy, Efting, Ether, Davies. Then we go further out to Bushek, Cam Rogers, Pollard, Bucknell, Miller, Felsted, Butler, Gallagher and Key. Sitting at 220 metres, Will Key is our front marker. Big gap for him though, 70 metres back to Oscar Gallagher. It's going to be a real tough job, even though, as we've seen, 220 metres is a huge handicap. But once riders like O'Brien, Plapp, Duffy, Cornish and Connor Lay get up to speed, it's going to be so hard to hold off. So Luke Plapp at the bottom of the track in the Brunswick cycling colours. Such a fantastic club. Their junior development has been sensational over the years. And Kell O'Brien. Glenn O'Shea, former world champion track endurance, sitting will be pushing Luke Plapp off, and Shane Kelly, 4 times world kilometre time trial champion, will be pushing off Kell O'Brien. Here's Tom Cornish. Pure sprinter. He's made himself into the final. It's been a big day for Tom. Has he got the legs? One more big effort to add the Austral Wheelrace to his list of victories. 8 laps of the track for the men. 2 kilometres. The 125th edition of the Austral Wheelrace. Final nervous moments for the riders, just making sure all of the riders have lined up on the correct handicaps. Tony Tor, commissaire, sitting at the back of the Kell O'Brien's wheel here. Ned Pollard, he's a danger man. He's the sprinter I mentioned, the youngster. He's riding off 100 metres. If he can get himself a nice little ride towards the finish, he'll be very hard to beat in that final lap. 15-metre gap for these riders to Josh Duffy. And 4 riders lined up just in front of them, from 15 going out to 20. And we're underway, here we go. Little bit premature perhaps there from Luke Plapp. Kell O'Brien easily onto the wheel. It's tough for these road riders to come back and do these sorts of starts as well. They're not as quick as riders like Cornish or Pollard off the start. It's a little bit more of an effort to get themselves going. And we can see them coming together now though. So all riders, 6 riders together at the back of the bunch. Out in front, there was Pollard at the back of that trio. He's going to be a tough one to try and beat today. Will Key, still that front marker. He's out there on his own. There's our scratchman. The 2 riders at the back. Look over the track there from Kell O'Brien. 6 riders all together, absolutely flying now. When O'Brien won in 2019, the time was 1 minute 58 seconds for 2 kilometres. It was more than 60 k's an hour, and the back markers are absolutely motoring here tonight. They'll come around to get 4 laps to go. Will Key still out in front. Ooh, and almost a touch of wheels there from the guys. They're getting messy. They're going so fast at 4 laps to go. Not sure where they're all at. They have caught the middle markers now. It's only get around the outside, catch Will Key, and we see Ether, I think it is, that's come through. Ether Kurt Ether now coming up around the outside, trying to hold off those back markers. So Kurt Ether now gets past Will Key. This is the race for the win. Sitting in third position is Plowright. Luke Plapp in the orange colours coming up round the outside of 2 laps to go. Kel O'Brien sitting there in second. The former winner from 2019 sitting pretty in second position down the back straight. Luke Plapp trying to hold on as they come around to get the bell. O'Brien ready to pounce. One more lap to the winner of the Austral. And it's Kel O'Brien up over the outside of Luke Plapp as they go down the back straight. Ollie Bledden from South Australia. Pollard sitting there in third position. O'Brien digs deep in the final bend. Coming into the finishing straight. He did it in 2019 and he does it again here tonight. Kel O'Brien wins the 125th Austral Wheelrace ahead of Oliver Bledden from South Australia. And it was Blake Agnoletto in third place. I called it Ned Pollard down the back straight, but it was Blake. Well done to the boy from Bendigo. And even better well done to Kel O'Brien, 2-time Austral winner. What a ride. Big handshake will go to Luke Plapp. What a performance Luke put in to get Kel, his mate, his friends, up around the outside. And once they got Kel out in front, I was a bit nervous for Kel when it came down to Ollie Bledden. He was looking pretty good there in second position, but the strength of O'Brien. Wow, what a performance. So good to see Kel O'Brien continually coming back to the velodrome, even though he's now gone into his first year as a professional road cyclist. He has his sights set on the Paris Olympic Games, wants to be a part of the Madison and the team pursuit. Unfinished business on the velodrome for Kel O'Brien, but not tonight. That was a ride. The 125th edition of the Austral Wheelrace. Thanks very much to the Quest here at Ivanhoe, just down the road from where we are at the Northcote Velodrome. Well, they'll cherish that one. So good to come together as friends, work together for a common goal. And Luke Plapp did a great job to set up his mate Kel O'Brien for the win. Ollie Bledden, second place. Blake Agnoletto, good performances from both of those riders. And both young riders still making their way up. And they've got a big future ahead of them, both Ollie and Blake. Still another big race for the boys to do tonight as well, which is the Australian Madison Championships. Certainly makes it tough. Big night of racing. But that's that box ticked. Congratulations from Brett Aiken and Nick Owen. Well, the last time he won it, 1 minute 58 seconds for the 2,000 metres. Off scratch this time, so it'll be interesting to see what the final time was. Handshake there for Josh Duffy. He has become an integral part of the Australian Team Pursuit program. Tom Cornish. Pats all round. There's Connolly. So the boys all part of the Australian national program, national team, looking after each other, making sure they did do the job to get Kel up to get that win. And it is a fight between the back markers, the middle markers and the front markers, combining together against each of those other groups. Well done to Kel. (1887) was the first edition of the Austral Wheelrace. Such incredible history, the oldest track cycling event on the planet. It was Harry Lampton that won that first edition over 3 miles, and his prize was a grand piano worth roughly £200 back in the day. Not sure how he got that one home after winning the bike race. And 9 years or so later, Tom Finnegan won the Austral in 1898. He was riding off 220 yards, and the prize that he got was enough for him to start Malvern Star Cycles. And Malvern Star, such a famous brand within Australian cycling, and it was because of the winner of an Austral, Tom Finnegan. He started that bike shop, Malvern Star, and went on to be such an iconic brand sponsoring the national team. And Sir Hubert Opperman rode Malvern Stars, made it world famous. So a little short break in the program while we get ourselves ready for the presentations, and of course the Madison Championships still to come. Men's and women's Madisons for Australia. Big endurance races still to come on tonight's program. It's the 125th Austral Wheelrace, brought to you by AusCycling and Quest Ivanhoe.
Looking forward to getting back down to Bunnyong and Ballarat for the 2023 Road Nats.
I said everything, baby, everything. Said I'm ready for any and everything. Mama said that I could be so many things, but this morning I chose to wake up and be ready to fight. Everything, everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything. Everything, everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on, it's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Everything, everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
Get the start list for the Kirins. There's nothing online, and they're about to... Yeah, what's this? I don't even know what this is. The race for 7th place in the women's Kieran, and 2 surprising riders in there, only 3 out there. We see Molly McGill, Queenslander, in 3rd position, but Bree Hargrave and Alessia McCaig, the 2 riders in front of her. So both Com Games representatives this year. Hargrave in the white colours in 1st position, McCaig in 2nd position, and then it's McGill in 3rd. So this is the race for 7th. They didn't make it through to the final of the Kieran. They'll be disappointed with that, but they will learn from it, step up and make sure that that doesn't happen next time. But for now, it's another race, and it's to be crowned the 7th best here in the UCI Women's Kieran at the Austral Wheelrace and Australian Madison Championships evening. We are at the Darebin International Sports Complex on the side of the old Northcote Velodrome. The new Northcote Velodrome, beautiful wooden track here. And with the motorbike off, they'll come around to get 2 laps to go. Bree Hargrave it is that leads the way. McGill in 3rd place, Hargrave in control. McCaig perhaps in the more favoured position. Still in the slipstream of Hargraves, and now Bree starts to step things up a little bit. Not just a little bit, she's stepped it up a lot. 1 lap to go now for Hargrave, and it's McCaig sitting in 2nd position. Look over the shoulder to see where McGill is. Now out of the saddle for both those riders, and almost onto the back wheel there of Hargrave as McCaig steps up, goes up around the outside, and it's now the bells. They've gone nice and early, and Hargrave went perhaps a little bit earlier than she was expecting. May have thought that it was the bell the last time around, but look at the strength of the South Australian. So McCaig couldn't get over the top, and Hargrave with extra experience, extra strength, and a good finish from McGill. Yes, the Queenslander coming home as well. She'll finish 8th, almost getting over the top of Hargrave, but Bree does come through with 7th place. Nice and tight, looks much blurrier in that shot. Well, it was blurrier, but I'm sure I was right that it was Hargrave on the inside that got that win. So I need the Kierans from before. It's like the, well, both now, because I don't know where they are, but the Kieran, the UCI one would be one that says UCI Kieran. Next one. The final for the women's Kieran. And 2 New Zealanders. The Commonwealth champion in Elise Andrews. Kalinda Robinson it is that goes to position number 1. Madeline Godby from the USA sits in behind her. Then it's Petch from New Zealand, followed by Andrews. Then Lizanne Fox on the pink bike. And Jackie Mengler-Moore in the blue colours, sitting in 6th position. Robinson from Bathurst has recently come back to New South Wales after a stint in Adelaide with the national program. Bike's about to come off this time, and Menglemore, first one to make a move in the blue colours up around the outside. 3 laps to go now. Robinson leads, Menglemore in second position. Godby happy to put her herself in third place. Look over the shoulder to see if anyone else was coming. It's Petch, the shorter of the 2 New Zealanders, sitting in fourth. And now Andrews goes. So the Commonwealth champion, Godby, moves as well. So as soon as Andrews went, Godby from the USA decided it was time to go. She didn't want to get swamped by all those other riders. So now, 1 lap to go as they come around. Here's the bell, 1 lap to victory. This is for UCI points. It is important for these riders, and that's what we're seeing now from Elise Andrews. She's dragging her teammate Rebecca Petch with her as well. Godby starts to fade. She's trying to hold on to third, but out in front, Andrews gets the win, comfortably ahead of her compatriot Petch. Madeline Godby does hold on for third place for the USA. Robinson may have been fourth across the line. Menglemore fifth, and in sixth place was Lizanne Fox. Double trouble, double whammy from the Kiwis. And Elise Andrews on form, the Commonwealth champion, multiple gold medals this year, comes away with the UCI Women's Kirin victory here in Melbourne. Great ride from her, very strong, showed good commitment. She went early, had the speed and the power, and just that level of commitment. She wasn't going to risk it by sitting back too late, getting boxed in, so she went out nice and early, got the victory ahead of Rebecca Petch. Great points for New Zealand in terms of international rankings, looking towards the World Championships qualifications next year. Lucy Stewart in the green colours, just putting numbers on the jersey, getting ready for the Women's National Madison Championship still to come. Keep a good eye on her when we have the Women's Madison. She's such a crafty rider, just coming up out of the under-19 ranks, and really has been a dominant force throughout the under-19s, particularly in the bunch races. She's really fast, good sprinter in those endurance type events, omniums and scratch races, point race, etc. But just really crafty, very smart. And that's something you really have to have if you want to be a successful or a consistently successful Madison rider. Just waiting for the presentations of the Austral finals. And I think my schedule is saying we'll do the presentations for the finals of the Austral, and then we'll do the Kirin final, the men's Kirin final. You can see the men, some of the ladies still just warming down after the Kirin final, and it's Elise Andrews, number 4 there, and second place Petch just in the background as well. So great riding by the New Zealanders, and a little bit of a break now before we have the presentations coming up soon.
Get off work, get on board, get on track. What's on? A night off. Fun on. Blow off plans, stay on the couch. Come on, play on. Onto this, off to that. Hold on. Drive on and on. Off the beaten track, off-road, on-road, off-road. Whatever you're into. Skoda. Simply clever.
Your Uncle Michael and Auntie Shirley. Who's Auntie Shirley? Oh, she's your nan. There are two little letters that can make or break a business. Done right, IT leads to productivity and prosperity, which is why the quality of your IT company is so important. At Comwire IT, we do an audit of your current network. We then tailor cloud and service solutions to your needs, plus tech support delivered via a 24/7 help desk. If you'd like an IT company that finds solutions, not just problems, switch to Comwire IT. We get it.
Coverage for AusCycling, the 125th Austral Wheelrace, brought to you by Quest of Ivanhoe. This is the presentation of the Para Austral Wheelrace. Third place went to Sharon Boyd. Second, Luke Taylor, riding off scratch, and his fellow scratchman, Greg Walters, in the middle there. Come home very well in the last lap and a half to win the Para Austral Wheelrace. Great performance from all of the riders, 6 riders in the final. Great job for Sharon. I thought she might have held on there for a moment. She was in the middle marks with Erin Rowell. They did so well, those two together. Out in front off the mark of 245 was Emma Mickle and Talia Clayton-Goody.
Great for it. All the Paris squad have been very good. Nick's been giving us some coaching here, so that's been very helpful on a Wednesday morning, and it's great to be part of that community.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you racing real soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the second Austral final will now take place.
Well done, Greg Walters. He's a C3 National Scratch Race champion and now the Para Austral Wheelrace winner as well. Next Austral presentation.
In third places for the Austral 2022, in third place, representing Blackburn Cycling Club, Amy Masters. In second place, representing Northern Districts, Georgia Baker.
Amy Masters, third place in the women's Austral Wheelrace. She came off the mark of 150 metres. Georgia Baker, what a stunning performance she put in. Just getting pipped on the line for second place. Came from scratch, the only scratch rider here tonight, the women's Austral, but the winner went to her teammate in the professional team of Bike Exchange, Alex Manley. So Alexandra Manley rides for the Central Districts Club. She was off 15 metres, immediately swung up, got onto the wheel of Georgia Baker, and then got over the top to get the win. Fantastic ride by all three ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your Austral Podium 2022.
Amy Masters, Georgia Baker and Alex Manley. The 13th edition of the women's Austral Wheelrace. Next presentation will be for the 125th edition of the men's Austral.
Through for the line, but a big win. I'm sure you want to acknowledge and thank a few people.
Yeah, for sure. I had a lot of help out there. It was a really tough race and we only got around in the last lap really, so big thanks to all the girls that helped out.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen,
your Austral winner, Alex Manley. The presentation for the Austral for the men for 2022 will now take place. Presenting the trophy will be Andrew Scott, representing Quest Ivanhoe. In third place, from Bendigo District Side.
The men's Austral, the 125th edition this year, proudly presented by the Quest at Ivanhoe. And the Bendigo boy, Blake Agnoletto, third. Oliver Bledden from South Australia in second place. And after a fine performance from the back markers, and in particular Luke Plapp, to set up his friend in Kel O'Brien, was able to come through to get the win. So Kellen O'Brien is the 125th edition winner of the Austral Wheelrace. It's the second time he's won it. He did it in 2019. He loves track cycling. He's now a professional on the road, but he is sticking with the track for at least a few more years through to Paris 2024. And he's got himself the second Austral Wheelrace win. What a great ride from Kellen O'Brien. The two youngsters beside as well, Ollie and Blake, I mentioned it earlier. Riders really moving up in this sport. We keep developing young riders, and there's another couple of good riders that will be coming up. We'll see them both in the Australian Madison Championship later this evening, as we will Kel, who'll be riding with Luke Plapp. So they team together in different jerseys.
This is an opportunity to acknowledge a few people.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I'd like to say thanks to all my family for coming out and watching tonight. Yeah, thanks to all the back markers as well. Like I said, I mentioned all the names before. They were amazing today, and obviously thanks to Cycling Victoria, AusCycling, and yeah, everyone putting on a great event today. Still 200 laps to go in the Maddo, so yeah, let's rip in.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, once again, your Austral winner, Kel O'Brien.
Time to get ready for the Madison for Kel O'Brien. Savour the moment for a short amount of time, then get himself ready to come back onto the boards for the big endurance event, 50 kilometres, 200 laps of the track, the men's Madison. That'll be the final race tonight. 30 kilometres for the women is Chloe Moran just standing up. She was one of the favourites as well, riding with Lauren Perry tonight. So a good combination, those two riders. Georgia Baker and Alex Manley will team up again for the women's Madison as well. They're certainly the favourites, Baker and Manley. Represent Australia at World Cups. They've had great success internationally in the Madison event. So they'll be a tough team to beat, but it does mean that they'll be heavily marked as well. So it could create opportunities for a couple of those strong teams that are a little bit further down that may not stand out as absolute favourites. A couple of moments before we see the men come out for the final of the UCI Kieran race. And before that happens, let's take a short break.
My name's Nathan Hart. I've been a member of the Australian cycling team for 8 years, competed at 2 Olympics and 2 Commonwealth Games. I think I've been using cask helmets for maybe 5 or 6 years. I have taken a few tumbles, and yeah, the cask has definitely saved my head a few times.
I've been using the cask helmets for about 5 years now. They're super comfy, aerodynamic, which helps with racing. In sprint cycling, a helmet can be the difference between winning and losing when the times between the top 5 are so close together. It's great to have a partner like Cask. They can help us achieve our goals by pushing the boundaries in aerodynamics.
We're always looking for improvements in all of our equipment, in the way we train, in the way we recover, in the way we execute rides. So in the lead up to the 2020 Olympics, we did numerous days of on-bike, on-track testing, aerodynamic testing, and also days in the wind tunnel. And each time our aerodynamicists came to the conclusion that the Mistral cask helmet was the quickest for us.
Olympic gold medalist in the Madison 2000, Brett Aiken holding up Roy Efting. This is the race for 7th place in the UCI Men's Kieran. And 2 Victorians that would be surprised to see themselves here, but they'll go for it, that's for sure. Sam Gallagher and Ned Pollard. So they're the 2 in the blue colours. Gallagher, it is the first of those 2. There he is, right in the middle of the shot. And Pollard is the second one, sitting in 4th position. Aaron Young is the rider on the front. Colourful skin suit. Few tattoos as well. Efting sitting in the back position. Last position. They'll come around, the bike will come off. Byron Davies is the big Queenslander sitting in second last position. Now move coming from behind. Sam Gallagher it is that comes to the front. Smart rider Gallagher. And now he needs to accelerate again to just hold the riders off. 2 laps to go. Ned Pollard it is that comes around. And the 2 Victorians finding themselves a little bit wanting here. Davies trying to come around to get on top as well. But Charismo has really let loose down the back straight. Carlos Charismo from the Norbert Cycling Club. He went early, and look at the big man from Queensland. Davies coming in. There's a big squeeze and nice and tight between those two. Wow, Sam Gallagher almost got himself all caught up and tumbled down the track, but he held it up. He's a smart, crafty, very skillful rider, as he needed to be to keep himself upright then. Wow, what a ride from Sam Gallagher. So Davies, Gallagher just saw the gap opening up, went down underneath. He did drop down onto the blue, so perhaps they would have penalised him anyway. But second across the line, the big Queenslander, Byron Davies. Powerful ride from him. Such a strong man. Tall, powerful, and really did well to keep the Victorians at bay. The big Queenslander gets the win. Davies, 7th place that is for him in the overall competition. Final coming up next. The top 6 riders, including former world champion from 2017, Azazul Awang. A few people on their phones there at the velodrome, but they're obviously tuning into AusCycling's YouTube page to watch and listen to the commentary going on right now, perhaps. Some great racing we've had tonight, really tight. Those Austral finals were fantastic, so fast. And for those of you that haven't been to a velodrome, these sorts of events really make the effort, come along. It's incredible to see the speeds of these riders. And the Kieran race we're about to see now, the size of these men, powerful, fast, super quick. It really is a sight to be seen in person. So Conor Rowley is the big man in the black colours there. This is the final of the UCI Kieran competition. And as they get going, keep an eye on the shortest rider in the black colours there. He really is a special performer. Also Daniel Barber, Sam Dakin from New Zealand. So Dakin sitting in second last position. Very handy performer. James Brister it is that leads them through. Tom Cornish in there also. So Brister, then Conor Rowley. Tom Cornish is the third rider. Then Azazul Awang, Dakin. And you can see the gaps opening up, just giving themselves a little bit of room to move. Bike comes off, 3 laps to go. And it's Daniel Barber in the last position, but the moves are coming at the front. Two laps to go this time. Still looking, not full gas, not wanting to do too much just yet. Tom Cornish it is that leads them through. Cornish with a little bit of a gap now. Conor Rowley in the black colours trying to come up around the outside. Cornish has had a huge program today. He is the fastest on paper, but it's a tough one when you've had so many races, and they're really close between them. Brister it is trying to come up around the outside. Now it's Dakin from New Zealand. Awang is left wanting in third position, but it's Dakin that comes over the top. Well, I didn't think he was going to get there, but Sam Dakin from New Zealand, wow, what a last 100 metres from him. I really did think that Brister might have been able to hold on. He was the first of the big guns to let loose, James Brister. But Sam Dakin did enough to come over the top and get the win in the UCI Kieran final here tonight. What a big evening Oh, I thought James might have been able to hold on from there, but look at that. The finishing speed of Dakin. And Azazul Awang, he's been the fastest, certainly the most experienced with some of the biggest results. Just shows the level of competition amongst all of these sprinters. The former Kirin World Champion, two-time Olympic Kirin medalist, was only good enough for third here in the Kirin at the 125th Austral Wheelrace evening. And don't forget, while we are focusing on track cycling tonight, national championships still to come with the Madison races, men's and women's. But the Road National Championships are back to Ballarat and back to Mount Buninyong, January 6th to the 10th. And it's the first post-pandemic national championship. So the Road Nats are back, bigger than ever. And some of our best riders are going to be on the roads around Ballarat and Buninyong. And we saw Caleb Ewan announced in the last couple of days that he is coming back to Buninyong to have a crack at the national championships. Luke Platt will be there. And another big name to be announced next week. One of the absolute biggest names in Australian cycling at the moment, and especially from this particular season. He's had great form this year. And that announcement will be made next week. He's coming back to ride the national championships, and it's been a couple of years since he has. So stay tuned for that fantastic announcement to come. Road Nats, they're back in Ballarat, January 6th to the 10th. Well, great Kirin racing. Sam Dakin gets up for the goods, gets the UCI points. So important ahead of qualification of the World Championships and then Paris Olympic Games. And someone had a stone in their shoe, perhaps, checking their size. They've forgotten. And while he puts his shoe back on, thankfully, for the noses of the people around him, we'll take a short break. The next up, though, will be the Madisons. The national championships still have a few minutes for our riders to get themselves sorted, so there's still plenty of racing to come.
I'm Denny Barber and I'm a member of the Track Cycling Australian Sprint team. We use SRM power meters. They're reliable. We've had a long-running sponsorship with them. All the coaches and analysts, they think they're very good. They're pretty essential if you're a track sprinter. A power meter holds all of our data, our watts, our cadence, our torque, and then that'll determine what gear you run that day to make sure you're getting the most out of training and you're not putting yourself under too much fatigue.
We use it extensively to monitor, from the race day, what's happening on race day, all the way through back into our training efforts then. And, we can look at the cadence, gears to, mine through the data and understand what's happening with the performance. SRM's been a partner for a long time, and we have a really good relationship with them, and the software's great. It's it's easy to use and manage. Just all round, it's a good product for us and what we're trying to get out of it.
We're very thankful for SRM. They've been a long-time sponsor. We've never had any issues. They've been very reliable and accurate. They make us better as a team, as athletes and individuals.
I'm Carlos Charisma and I'm a track sprint cyclist on the Australian cycling team. We use Victoria tyres on all of our race wheels and our training wheels. Tyres make a massive difference in a sport of absolutely nothing. Having a really great tyre can make the difference between winning and losing, and they give you a lot of confidence while you're racing to be able to throw the bike around and know that it's going to grip up.
One of the goals we had going into the Olympics was no punches, and we haven't had a puncher. So knock on wood, that continues. And it's been a really good product again. That's robust, it's reliable, it's consistent. It's the fastest tyre in the world. At the Olympic Games, that is what everybody runs. We're chasing thousandths of a second repeatedly. So things like the standing starts, where they're putting massive power and force down rapidly. We need something that's grippy. It's a great product for us. And used extensively. So we're very thankful for Victoria's support to the programme.
Welcome back to AusCycling's coverage of the 125th Austral Wheelrace, thanks to Quest of Ivanhoe. If you're coming to Melbourne, if you're coming to the track, or anywhere in Melbourne for that matter, check out the Quest at Ivanhoe. They are fantastic supporters of AusCycling. And you can see the teams coming out now for the National Madison Championships for the women. And we've had the first team from SIS, Alana Hribar from the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club as well, with Belinda Bailey, the youngster from Bendigo. So 2 young riders coming up. Victoria Tyres are also looking after Nicole Duncan and Kira Will, team number 9. Team number 8 is sponsored by Premax, and that's Summer Nordmeyer from the Norwood Cycling Club and Claudia Marks of Canberra Cycling Club. Bike chain, they have Lauren Bates and Lizzie Carnes. Lizzie rides for the Balmoral Club. And we see the big stars coming out now in team number 3 from Cask Helmets, Alex Manley and Georgia Baker. They combine well in the women's Austral. And sponsored by Quest in the red colours. Team number 2 is Ali Anderson and Alyssa Pilates. Team number 1 from the TAC in the yellow colours. Chloe Moran from Central District Cycling Club and Lauren Perry. So South Australian combining with a Tasmanian. Strong force though. Chloe's got really good form. She's been racing in Europe. Just came back from the International Track Series racing over there. And had a big win in one of their scratch races. So she should have some good confidence coming into this one. Hard to go past Alex Manley and Georgia Baker, though, for favourites. Such a strong team. And they've ridden together. This is important as well. They've ridden together a lot of times. They've had a lot of experience in racing Madisons together. So that really does count, especially in the early laps. ...120 laps, 30 kilometres of the track. A series of intermediate sprints every 10 laps for points, 5, 3, 2 and 1, and double points, 10, 6, 4 and 2 on the final sprint. So things certainly can change on that final sprint if it's close. Of course, it's the most difficult of all sprints, isn't it, after so many efforts throughout the night. Alana Hribar it is there in the orangey colours. Team number 10, SIS, sponsored. Really do thank all of our partners, TAC, Cask, Bike Chain, Victoria, Quest, SRM as well, Bayside, Skoda, Premax and SIS. Great partners of AusCycling. And the first neutral lap to get them underway. One rider from each of the teams on the track. They'll pick up their riders once they get the starters pistol blown and the race gets going. 120 laps, 30 Ks. Australian Madison Championships. We saw last year at the Olympic Games the first edition of the Women's Madison. It was the 4th time the men had a Madison at the Olympic Games, first time for the women. So it was a fantastic race as well. We're underway, 120 laps to go, sprints every 10. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points on those intermediate sprints. Take a lap on the field, you get 20 points. The old rules were a lap gained, you go into the outright lead. Now it's just 4 points. So the team with the most points at the end of the race, to make it less confusing for some, then becomes the winner. Partners of all the riders have come off the track now, ready for the first changes. And slow going just to get themselves sorted out, the first few nervous laps of the track. First change done by the Victoria Tyres team of Duncan and Will. leading the peloton. Always a little bit messy as well with the newer regulations, with all of the teammates rolling off at the same time, means that first couple of changes is really busy on the track. Pink colours of Team 8 from Premax, Nordmeyer and Marks now doing their change. It's 115 laps, 5 laps to the first intermediate sprint. And these early laps with some of these riders that have never raced together, this is what I was alluding to with Baker and Manley. They know each other well. They're comfortable in these situations. They're ready to race right from the start, if need be. Still the Premax team of Nordmeyer and Marks leading the way. And the first sprint not too far away, and they need to think several laps ahead. Making sure they're also getting their changes right. 113 laps down. So now they've really got to think about what comes up next. The next change should be for the sprint. So timing, making that change at the right time on the track to maximise their advantage coming into that first sprint is so important. Team number 9 it is, Duncan and Will. Chloe Moran in the yellow colours is looking around the track to see where her teammate is. And she'll see Lauren Perry. They'll get the bell when they come around. So Chloe Moran now knows what to do. Goes straight to the front. Alex Manley sits in second position. So two of the big favourite teams are changing at the perfect time for this first sprint. And it'll be Lauren Perry versus Georgia Baker down the back straight. Oh, and a big move up around the outside as well. So that's Sophie Ma that's come right round the outside of all of them to pick up the points. So the two big favourite teams did everything right, but Sophie Ma come away with the 5 points for the first sprint win. Great ride by her. So they timed that very well. And Sophie Ma riding with Lucy Stewart, that's a smart and strong team. They are certainly a team to look out for, and letting everybody know that right from the get-go in that first intermediate sprint. So 108 laps as they come around this time. Another change from the team in yellow for the TAC. Chloe Moran comes back into the race after Lauren Perry made that sprint. So 5 points to the youngsters, and it was Manley and Baker that were second across the line, picking up 3 points. And the yellow colours of the TAC, Moran and Perry, third place for them, 2 points to the tally. Lucy Stewart now in the green colours. We saw the sprint from Sophie Ma, but Lucy did a good job of putting her in the right position, making the change so she could go for that sprint. Be really interesting to see how Sophie and Lucy go as we get really deep into this race. Change from the Quest team. Alyssa Pilates comes in. Bronze medalist in the Elite Women's Road Race Championship this year, but she was the first under-23 rider, so she's the under-23 National Road Race Champion. Very good in these types of races as well. She loves the mass start bunch races on the track. Very strong, very aggressive. If the pace backs off, Alyssa is certainly one of them that likes to go on the attack whenever that pace eases. 103 laps to go, not long to the next sprint. Every 10 laps now, they do come thick and fast. 102 laps to go, and that's why Alyssa Pilates has stayed on the front, trying to keep herself in a good position, but Georgia Baker comes around the outside looking for Alex Manley. So Manley trying to speed up a little bit. You can see there in the green colours, just trying to make the change as late as possible as they come to this next sprint. So Manley leads them through. Riding for Kask helmets in the green colours. It's Ali Anderson in second position. And Manley just trying to monitor things behind. She needs to be careful though, because Chloe Miranda's coming in the yellow around the outside. So Moran picks up the 5 points this time. They were third in the first sprint, now winning the 5 points in the second, ahead of Alex Manley and Georgia Baker. Very strong rider, Chloe Moran. Great in the sprints. Good enough to ride in the South Australian team sprint as well as all their endurance races. And third in that sprint was the SRM team, Amber Pate and Nicola McDonald. Amber Pate, she'll be dangerous towards the end of this race as well. Just signed a professional contract with the Bike Exchange team for 2023, first time into the pro ranks. She grew up in Katherine in the Northern Territory, which is the birthplace also of Cadell Evans. So two fantastic cyclists coming out of Katherine in the NT. And that's her teammate in the black colours there, Nicola McDonald, now on the front of the peloton. Lauren Perry, Chloe Moran's TAC teammate in the yellow colours, now swings up and allows Georgia Baker to come through. Nicole Duncan from Victoria rides for the Central Coast Cycling Club on the front of the peloton. They're constantly looking across the track to see how many laps it is to go. They need to keep thinking about where to be for that next sprint. Every 10 laps now, it used to be every 20 laps. So much more to think about in these races with double the number of sprints throughout. Kira Will with a good change, just getting a little bit of a gap off the front. She'll come around to get 94 laps to go. And it's the SIS orange colours, team number 10. That's Belinda Bailey now that's gone around the outside. They want some points. It's the youngsters of Rebar and Bailey. Look to where the big teams are. You can see the yellow colours now coming around the outside. That's Chloe Moran. She wants to be up there for the next sprint. Manley straight onto her wheel as well. So the two big favoured teams coming up towards the front as they approach the next sprint. They'll get the bell when they come around this time, and it's really bunched up. It's hard if you're in the box underneath. Lucy Stewart in the green colours trying to get herself out and ready. 92 laps to go now. Moran goes to the front. Change now to Lauren Perry. It's a long way to the sprint. They will get the bell this time when they come around. Manley in second position looking for Georgia Baker. Perry, she's launched on the front. Look over the shoulder. She'll see Georgia Baker straight off the hand change as they get the bell for the third intermediate sprint. Pilates now up around the outside. Look at Alyssa Pilates. I just gave her a big rap before, saying every time the pace went off, she would attack. This time it was in a sprint to pick up the 5 points. So Alyssa Pilates for Quest in the red colours gets the 5. Baker and Moran, or Perry this time, sorry, in the yellow. Chloe Moran's teammate. Here's Chloe now coming in. So Chloe Moran coming in to make the change. A little bit early in that last change for those two. Just putting Lauren Perry on the front, just a little bit too far from the sprint. So if they can adjust that slightly, much better chance to be consistent in these sprints, not have to waste so much energy leading out from a long way. The pace has not backed off though. That's put lots of teams under pressure. We have 6 out in front, and there's still 3 teams that have lost contact after the frenetic pace of that last sprint. 87 laps to go. Flick of the elbow from Chloe Moran. Alex Manley comes through. On the inside, the green colours of Kask. Ali Anderson. She'll be happy to see how well Alyssa Pilates did in that last sprint. Her teammate picking up the 5 points. So the TAC team, number 1 in the yellow colours, Chloe Moran and Lauren Perry, they lead the way. They have 9 points at the moment. And it's Georgia Baker and Alex Manley also on 9. So 2 teams tied on 9 points. TAC and Cask. That's the yellow and the light green colours. 3 sprints down. Team number 2, the red colours of Quest. That's Alyssa Pilates and Ali Anderson. They're in 3rd place on 6 points. So still very tight at the top after 3 sprints. 84 laps to go now. Backing off in the pace there as we see the results there in the left corner. So 2 teams on 9, 1 on 6. Then also Bayside Skoda, team number 6, Lucy Stewart and Sophie Ma in the mix with that 5 point after the sprint win that they picked up. 82 laps to go. Move now from Chloe Moran once again. She can see that Lauren Perry is just up around the corner. And you can see this time Lauren wanting to try and get a little bit further around the track. They're in a good position to make the change. Oh, and it's Perry to Moran this time, so they have changed, and Chloe Moran it is in the yellow colours. Alex Manley, though, off that strong change of Georgia Baker, shoulder to shoulder. Manley around the outside of Chloe Moran, and 5 points to the light green this time. So Manley picks up the 5 points. Chloe Moran in the yellow colours with the 3. And red of Quest, Pilates and Anderson, 3rd place. 2 points for them. It was good right there from Ali Anderson to keep herself in a good position to make sure she picked up some points in the red colours. She's about to make the change to Pilates, and Perry comes in for team number 1, TAC. Didn't lose any teams off the back during that sprint, so all 9 riders, all 9 teams I should say, out there on track. .77 laps to go. Baker comes in once more. What a season it's been for Georgia Baker. Gold medals at the Commonwealth Games on the road and on the velodrome. Back into the World Tour, racing with the Bike Exchange. Good results on the road. A real key member now of that professional road team in between the time that she has on the track. And that road racing really just seems to have bolstered her track performance. We've seen that so often in the past. It was tough this year for our men's team in particular when we looked at the Commonwealth Games and then the on the track this is, and then the World Track Championships. A lot of the riders, especially at the Commonwealth Games, were made up of riders that weren't in World Tour teams, getting all those big tough races and the endurance that we see some of the Europeans were able to gather. So hopefully that's something we can change heading towards Paris 2024. The pink team of Premax, Nordemeyer and Marks now sitting on the front. It's Claudia Marks from the Canberra Cycling Club, swings up, looking for a wheel to get into now. And Moran now also drifts up the track. Everyone seems to follow. Bit of time for the riders to just rest up and get some respite. 72 laps to go. Not long till the next sprint. Sophie Ma in the green colours with 72 laps to go now. They picked up 1 sprint win, and there's Sophie out of the saddle. She's looking for Lucy Stewart, and she can see her at the end of the back straight. Look over the shoulder to see if anyone's coming. Baker makes the change to Manley, so Alex Manley now comes in 3rd wheel. It's Chloe Moran up over the top as they get the bell. Lucy Stewart now off the hand change. This is a great tactic from the youngsters in the green. Perry comes in, almost clips the wheel of Manley, but Lucy Stewart out in front. Perfectly timed change. There's another 5 points for the green team. So 2 sprints that they've really gone for, 2 wins that they've come up with. Great skills and craft from the youngsters, from the two Victorians in Lucy Stewart and Sophie Ma in green. And after a big sprint effort, that's the perfect time to go on the attack, and the strength of Alex Manley combined with Georgia Baker, this could be a dangerous move. We'll see how the other team in dark green handle this one, being put under pressure in the sprint and then the attack immediately following. Baker it is, doesn't seem to have had the same sort of effort, and she drifts up the track, so not willing to push as hard as we saw, but Amber Pate certainly is. You don't have to ask twice when it comes to wondering whether Amber Pate wants to go onto the attack. And this has put some teams in danger. Victoria are also in a bit of struggle off the back, and also the pink colours of Premax off screen, struggling to keep up with this move that Amber Pate put in. Baker goes through underneath just to keep things nice and even, not to make an attack, but just to keep things even and break things down a little bit. So putting it all back under control. Georgia Baker, the experienced head, was the attack of her teammates. Alex Manley, who's coming back in, that started all of that furor. .64 laps to go now for the riders. Approaching the halfway sprint, 30 kilometres in total. Lauren Perry now comes in for the change. And it's the light green colours of Cask that lead the way now on 17 points. So Manley and Baker, with their consistent efforts, and you see the crowd, you might have heard the crowd in the background there really getting up and about. That was for the SIS team in orange, Alana Haribar and Belinda Bailey, making contact again. They've been off the back for quite a while, and when the pace eased up front, they were able to fight themselves back into the peloton. So good ride from both those youngsters from Victoria. Another sprint coming up. Well, that's happening at the back, and we've got the youngsters from Victoria back in the race. Up the front, it's another youngster, Ian Alyssa Pilates, getting ready for the next sprint. Ali Anderson, her teammate in red for Quest. The change comes in. What's Manley do? She changes to Baker down the back straight, and Georgia Baker in the slipstream now of Ali Anderson, and up around the outside. Here's another 5 points going to the light green colours of Georgia Baker and Alex Manley. The Cask helmets giving themselves even more of a lead in the overall classification. I'll get a points update in just a moment. They were on 17, 3 points ahead of the team in yellow, and 7 points ahead of the Bayside Skoda team, number 6, of Lucy Stewart and Sophie Ma. That was before that last sprint, but they did pick up 5 points. Quest with Moran and Perry picked up second place with 3. So the Cask team, number 3 in the light green, they go to 22 points, and it's a handy lead to the team in yellow of Chloe Moran and Lauren Perry, sitting in second place. So the two favoured teams starting to edge ahead of all the other teams now. Keep an eye out on that green, the green colours though. They've been handy. 2 sprints they've gone for, 2 sprint wins they've got. Also the team in red of Quest, Ali Anderson and Alyssa Pilates. They still sit there in third place on 12 points, but now 10 points off the lead of Georgia Baker and Alex Manley. Bayside Skoda, Lucy Stewart, Sophie Ma in the green colours, sitting in second position. Not overall, second position on the track, now in first position as they come to the front. So this is Lucy Stewart. Alyssa Pilates in the red, swings up, and you can see Pilates, smart, not wanting to go too far back. With these sprints coming thick and fast every 10 laps, the red colours, she didn't want to go all the way to the very back, puts herself right in there behind Nicola McDonald in the black colours. So she won't be too far away from getting ready for that next sprint. There's the change now in the red colours from Pilates to Anderson. Smart riding from so many of these young riders. It's so good to see. Sophie Ma it is now off the front. Not an attack, just a handy hand sling, extra momentum. And again, also, Ma not wanting to go too far back. Can she fight herself into a good position here with 43 laps to go? 53, I should say. And you can see as they came through, already down to 52 laps, so they can look around and see exactly how many laps it is to go from the other side of the track. It's Baker that leads, the Tasmanian. You can see how she looked over to just to be sure exactly how many laps it is to go. She knows there's a sprint coming up. Alex Manley, her teammate, will be getting ready, putting herself in the right position. Baker now just needs to accelerate down the back straight as they're getting ready for the next sprint. They'll get the bell at 51 laps as they come to it now. Manley and Baker about to make the change out in front. McDonald and Pate in second position, but what a great change it was though. Manley down the back straight. She has 3 lengths back to McDonald, and she'll get the 5 points to still extend their overall lead. Another 5 points for the lime green colours of Cask. Happy to go on with it as well. That's the benefit of doing a late change in these sprints, is that it's a short effort, and if you've got the legs, you can keep the pressure on and put all those teams behind that are chasing under that little bit of extra pressure. So there's 5 teams now, 6 with the Victoria team coming up to them as well. That's McDonald, Duncan and Will in the red, white and green colours of Victoria tyres. .40 laps to go now for the riders. Extra 5 points to the lime green colours of Cask. They're now at 27 points. TAC in the yellow on 16, then it's 13. Down to the red colours. Bit of action again at the back of the group. It's the SCIS team are getting some support to try and get themselves back, and they have regrouped at the back of the peloton. You just saw them come into contact there. So the orange colours, Belinda Bailey it was that closed the gap down. Amber Pate with a little bit of an effort right from the front, only a short stint, trying to mix things up a little bit. Lauren Perry in the yellow colours, quick to move, as was Georgia Baker in the lime green. 45 to go, commanding lead now from team number 3, the lime green Cask team, Georgia Baker and Alex Manley. The AusCycling National Madison Championships, men to race 50 kilometres at the completion of the women, and medals up for grabs at the moment. Georgia Baker and Alex Manley in a commanding position ahead of Chloe Moran and Lauren Perry in the yellow colours. Nicola McDonald in the black sits there in third position. Then it's Alyssa Pilates in the red, Lucy Stewart in the darker green. Pink colours are Premax now coming through underneath. That's Claudia Marks. 42 laps to go. And Pilates up around the outside again in the red colours. So the Quest team, that's been counted by Chloe Moran. So 42 laps, they'll come around for the next intermediate sprint, all looking, searching for their partners. Moran picking the pace up down the back straight, trying to put Lauren Perry in a good position for this sprint. Again, they've gone reasonably early for the sprint. Manley changing to Baker. Perry not wanting to go too hard too soon, but you have to do it hard off the change. Get that momentum early. That's what's made it easier for Georgia Baker to come up around the outside. Ali Anderson might be able to get there as well in the red colours, and Amber Pate trying to get also over the top. But Georgia Baker picks up the 5, Anderson picks up 3, and it was Lauren Perry in the yellow colours with the 2 points. 1 point in the black colours there for Amber Pate. She's starting to look strong now. I mentioned earlier that Amber might be better as the race goes on. She's such an endurance animal. She really does like the longer the race is. Another little move now. This time it's Georgia Baker. It was Alex Manley after the previous sprint that went on with it. Now it's Georgia Baker. Anderson was quick to get onto it. Alyssa Pilates now. Big effort from Alyssa Pilates in the red colours to try and close this down. 32 points, commanding position for the lime green colours, but they'd like to gain a lap as well. Get the 20 points that are on offer for that. just to seal the deal with 37 laps to go. It's Alex Manley off the front, tucked into that aerodynamic position, trying to keep the speed nice and high. A lot of cooperation in the chase group behind. 6 teams seem to be working well together. This could be pretty tough now for Manley and Baker out in front. If they keep the chase up, Lucy Stewart looking over the shoulder a little bit, not pushing too hard on the front of the peloton. Meanwhile, out in front, Georgia Baker, though, look over the shoulder, and the gap is now starting to open up. 35 laps to go. Hesitation has crept into the peloton, except for the one and only Amber Pate. She's having none of it. Gone straight on the attack. That's forced Sophie Ma in the green colours to chase her as well. You can just see them out of shot. There they are. Pate swings up. Ma comes through. She put in a big effort to chase the wheel, but didn't do too much after that. So inconsistency creeping into the peloton. Very consistent out in front. Manley and Baker riding a good solid tempo now. 33 laps to go. Not far to the next sprint. Another 5 points on offer. But they want to seal the deal. They're trying to put a nail in the coffin here. They want to get a lap on the field, gain the extra 20 points, and put the win completely out of sight of everyone else. It is now just over half a lap, and you can see this is the team that everyone was cheering for that kept getting back on after all those big sprints. The SIS orange colours of Belinda Bailey and Alana Hribar. Next sprint at 31 laps to go, though, as the lime green colours are about to get to those riders off the back. So they'll pick up the 5 points. There's still a race for 3, 2 and 1 back in the main field, and they are going hard for it. You can see the green colours down the back straight of Lucy Stewart. Elisa Pilates in the red going over the top, and it's Chloe Moran that's going to go around the outside of her. So 3 points will go to to Chloe Moran in the yellow colours, but it's the 5 points. That's what really counts out in front. The race for the gold medal, that's up the road with Georgie Baker and Alex Manley. With pink colours of Premax, Nordenmeyer and Marks. Good enough to grab the wheel and might be able to get themselves back to the peloton here. And also the orange team of SIS doing their best to try and stick with Alex Manley and Georgia Baker. Looks like as if that elastic band has broken though between them. You can see now the shape of the peloton. Impetus has gone out, and I think it's only a matter of time now. It's not going to be long until we see the lime green colours come into view at the back of the peloton. Lap gainers on, 20 points for doing so. They are already in the lead with a commanding advantage in points over the rest of the teams. And I can tell you now, I can tell by Alex Manley's composure on the bike, 26 laps to go, they've decided to back off slightly. They want to stay off the back of the peloton as the leaders on the track to guarantee they pick up the next points in the intermediate sprint still to come. So 37 points, 21 for the TAC team in yellow. The red team of Quest sit behind them. There's a real race, a ding-dong battle though, still up for grabs for silver and the bronze medals. Don't like to say it's too early to call, but with 25 laps to go, I think we know where the gold medal's going to go. They're about to gain a lap on the field, and it is the Cask team of Baker and Manley. Dominant performance. And they could have closed this down and taken the lap several laps ago. They're just trying to hold on to pick up the 5 points for one more sprint before they come into the peloton. They've got enough strength in the legs to just sit off the back and comfortably just gauge when they need to join the back of the field. Pilates in the red swings up. Kira Will for Victoria on the front of the peloton in the multicolours. She swings up now as well. Chloe Moran sitting in the second position in the overall standings. And they're getting themselves ready for the next sprint. So 22 laps to go for the peloton, 21 laps to go for the riders out in front, the lime green colours. So they'll pick up the 5 points for this sprint. This will be a good race though for second, third and fourth 3 points still up for grabs. Now, they heard the sound of the bell, but they've still got another lap to go. They didn't ring the bell for the peloton as they came through, but they should have been able to hopefully understand there is still a sprint on. And then I think they made a mistake, the yellow team. I think they sprinted 1 lap early. They heard the bell, but they didn't ring it again for the peloton. And Ali Anderson did a great job of having the smarts to keep going and pick up the 3 points. So 3 points go to red. That was valuable. And it was a mistake from the team in yellow, mistiming that sprint. 5 points, of course, that went to this team. They've got the speed, the strength. They continue on, get a lap on the field. They get their 5 points. They get the 20 points for gaining a lap on the field as well. And I tell you what, by the looks of the speed, they might very well go immediately off the front again. So let's see if they can go for a duplet. Georgia Baker attacks the peloton. As soon as they get back on, they've gone straight around the outside. Hand change to Alex Manley. Does Alex want to keep going? She has Lucy Stewart in tow. And there's a mad scramble behind. We can see the yellow colours of the TAC. That's Chloe Moran coming up to join them. Amber Pate and Nicola McDonald in the black colours. That's Amber that's up there as well. And I think we'll see a bit of a status quo. Backing off. Cheeky move, but they were strong enough. They thought they could, and it really put everybody under pressure, trying to immediately go on the attack again. Great move from Georgia Baker to attempt that. Pilates in the red colours. That's the Quest team. They get themselves back on as well. So 62 points is what the Cask team have now. Team number 3. And with 14 laps to go, double points on the final sprint, it's pretty much done and dusted. Can't expect any other teams to try and take a lap on the field now and gain the points. So with 41 points advantage, the gold medal will be going to the lime green colours. It's still a great race though for silver and bronze. At the moment, TAC and Quest, so the teams in yellow and red, are tied on 21 points. So 21 points with 2 sprints to go. The silver medal is still very much up for grabs. So there's the yellow colours. Lauren Perry, that is. Ali Anderson in the red. Those 2 teams tied on 21 points. 2 sprints to come, 15 points in total, still up for grabs, with double points on the final sprint. They'll come around to get the penultimate bell at 11 laps to go. And Perry trying to wind things up. Change now being made at the top of the track between Amber Pate and McDonald. In front though, Chloe Moran comes to the bell in front of everyone else. This is going to be good because the red colours are sitting back in 4th place. Yellow need the points here. Chloe Moran needs to pick up the points for the TAC to give herself a bit of a buffer before that final sprint. And that's what she's done. So that'll give her a 4-point lead now over Alyssa Pilates and Ali Anderson in the red colours of Quest. That's a handy little buffer to have coming into that final sprint when you're trying to hold on to the silver medal. 9 laps to go now to the conclusion of the Australian Madison Championships for the women. We know where the gold medal's going. That's to the lime green colours of Cask, Commonwealth Games champions. Manley and Baker sitting comfortably back there in about 5th position, I think. That was a great move from Lauren Perry, setting up Chloe Moran to pick up the 5 points there, put the red team from Quest under a lot of pressure coming into this final sprint. They really have to make sure they try and get this win in the final sprint if they're going to have a chance of getting that silver medal. They still hold down the bronze medal. They have a 7-point buffer to the team of SRM, the black colours. I think it is of SRM, perhaps. I'll wait till the points come back up again for confirmation. Belinda Bailey, she spent a bit of time off the back of the peloton in the orange colours, but still keen, still eager, showing that she has some good form, wants to play a role in this race. Good on her. 5 laps to go now. Team number 3, 65 points. TAC on 26. Then it's Quest on 22. Well, nothing can stop them now. 4 laps to go. Alex Manley in the lime green colours comes through. She'll be looking to come out on a high, though. They don't need to do anything in this final sprint, but they're competitive. They want to show how good they are. Oh, nice move. She's gone very early, Chloe Moran. 3 laps to go. She knows she can still get beaten and lose that silver medal. The red team is the team that she was really worried about coming into this final sprint. Amber Pate in the black colours, trying to close things down. She's chasing a medal as well. She wants to get up into the bronze medal position. She sits in 4th place at the moment. Way out in front, though. And with a lap and a half to go, it's the yellow colours of the TAC team. You can see the gap there is a real scramble behind in second position. But Lauren Perry comes to the final bell of the Women's Madison Championship. She'll be able to hold on from there to pick up the 10 points. That guarantees the silver medal goes to Moran and Lauren Perry. And in the scramble behind, Georgia Baker trying to hold on for second. That's irrelevant to the overall. They've won the gold medal. And Nicola McDonald comes through to pick up 3rd place. That's 4 points for the team in black. We'll just see how that settles. I don't think it'll change anything in the overall standings. I think that the team number 3, lime green, they still win. Yellow colours will be second. And I think the Quest team in red of Ali Anderson and Alyssa Pilates do hold on for the bronze medal in the end. So great racing from the experienced riders like Baker and Manley. And a couple of new names in there as well, with Anderson and Pilates really putting themselves in amongst it. They were the favourites coming in, and they really did show that. It was competitive in the first couple of laps, but once the fatigue started to come into the legs, the strength of Manley and Baker just completely took over. They blew the field apart, gained a lap on them, and clearly won in the end. 71 points was their final margin. TAC on 36 and Quest on 22. We saw the black colours, they did move up as well a little bit to get themselves only 3 points away from the bronze. Baker and Manley all the way. So the 2022 National Madison champions are Georgia Baker and Alex Manley. So Baker from Tasmania, Manley from South Australia, but they've combined so well over the last couple of years in international competitions. So the national championship to them, fantastic performance. Good fight back as well from the team in yellow for TAC, Chloe Moran and Lauren Perry. Moran from South Australia and Lauren Perry from Tasmania, similar to the team that won. And the youngsters, Ali Anderson in the red colours of Quest. Ali's from South Australia, and Alyssa Pilates rides for the Caulfield, or the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club here in Melbourne. Great ride from them for Quest, finishing 3rd. That leaves one more event for the night, and it's the longest that we've seen, the 50-kilometre Men's National Madison Championships. And while we've just witnessed a couple of our national team members dominate the women's race, a couple of big names in the men's as well from our national team, Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games representatives, Kel O'Brien and Luke Platt. Manley, winner of the women's Austral. Kel O'Brien, winner of the men's Austral. We'll see if they can do the double-double, come away with the Madison as well. Kel O'Brien certainly would be hopeful of doing so. Great to see the development of skills throughout the women's peloton as well. With it only coming into the Olympics last year for the first time, it has been generally underdeveloped in terms of the skills, but gee, they have accelerated so rapidly the last few years. Georgia, the taller of the two, and Alex, they're such skillful riders, and as I say, these two have ridden international level for a couple of years now. They really know what they're doing, but there was just some great depth of skill and ability throughout that field, which was really impressive. Great to see. And good signs for the future with the Madison now back in that Olympic program. So much more need for these riders to gain experience. The young riders that we saw, like Lucy Stewart, Pilates, Sophie Ma, they really did hold themselves well. Well, the men's Madison teams now are rolling out onto the track. And we saw the pink team come through just then, which was Jensen Plowright and Liam Walsh, team number 7. They're sponsored by Cask. Different sponsors to jerseys this time around that we saw from the men's. We just got used to the colours and combinations with the women. Now we've got to reintroduce ourselves to them all again now for the men. Luke Plapp and Blake Quick, former partners, winning the Under-19 World Madison Championships, getting back together. They're best mates, so great to see them riding together. Ollie Bledden and Blake Noletto in the red colours. Pat Eddy and Jared Drisners, team number 2, Comwire IT. So both riders associated with World Tour teams. Pat Eddy with the Development World Tour team for DSM. And team number 1, riding for Quest in the white colours, Kel O'Brien and Graham Frisley. Good, strong combination between these two, O'Brien and Frisley. Big field as well, 16 teams. We saw 9 in the women's race, 16 now in the men's. So much more important to make sure that they do put themselves in good position now. See the riders now lining up on the top of the track. TAC team number 2, or team TAC 2 I should say, team number 16, Lance Abshire from the USA. That's him lined up. His teammate is Kai Galton. These are the riders down the back straight. Partners of those are here in the front. The red and white colours, that's Olic, sponsored. Noah Blannon and Luke Richard. This is Noah from the, and both riders, both Noah and Luke from the Gold Coast Cycling Club. I did a few laps yesterday on the Nerang Velodrome, which is the velodrome on the Gold Coast. So a track that both Noah Blannon and Luke Richard would certainly have done a few laps on, that's for sure. It's been the last 2 years. It's actually had to be repaired twice because of the flooding has completely destroyed that track on 2 occasions. So resurfaced twice in the last 18 months to 2 years. 200 laps, we are underway. 50 kilometres of the AusCycling National Madison Championships. 16 teams on the track. This is going to be fast and furious. And with 16, with double the number of teams, almost double the number of teams we saw in the women, there will be a ding-dong battle to be in the right position right from the get-go, which is going to make this race super tough once we get deeper into the race. So they all ride such big gears these days. I had a chat to Pat Eddy, who's come off the road this year. I asked him what sort of gearing would he ride tonight in the Madison. He was thinking around a 108-inch gear. So for anyone tuning in that used to ride Madisons back in the day, you know exactly how big 108 is. It was unheard of not that long ago, but they ride such big gears. The average speed of the peloton now on the track is so high that it makes it possible to be able to travel at such high speeds on these large gears without exploding towards the end. Bayside Skoda it is, the green colours that come through. Luke Plapp it is that's on the front. So his friend, his great mate and former Under-19 World Championship Madison partner in Blake Quick threw him in, and 194 laps down, or 194 laps to go I should say, and it's still Luke Plapp on the front. It was on this very track years ago along with Lee Howard, who I saw here tonight. It was good to see. Haven't seen Lee for a little while. He retired from the pro ranks a couple of years ago, and he's turned up tonight with his son and his wife. So it's good to see him. But Lee and I ran a few Madison clinics going back a few years, and Luke Plapp was just a little tacker that came out from the Brunswick Cycling Club to come and do a little Madison clinic with a couple of old blokes. And it's so good to see him progress through to win that Under-19 World title and now go into the Ineos team. So it's his teammate now, Blake Quick, on the front, 192 laps. So the next time they come around, it'll be the first of the intermediate sprints. It's a long race, 200 laps, 50 kilometres. And the timing is not quite right for them to perfectly go for this sprint, but they will do what they can. Blake Quick, it's going to be a fast change as he brings in Luke Plapp. They get the change right as they go down the back straight. Oh, and the pink colours coming up around the outside. This is a really good finish here. That's Jensen Plowright that gets over the top. Hey, well, he's a super fast sprinter. He's off to the World Tour next year as well, Jensen Plowright. That's how fast a sprinter he is. That's what he displayed there. Finishing speed in that final dash to the line. So the pace has been kept on after that sprint. And it really has put some pressure on some of these teams. Really messy out on the track. So it was a big effort from the boys in green. Blake Quick, a couple of laps on the front winding up for that sprint. It was a late change with Luke Plapp. And Plapp is not a super fast sprinter compared to someone like Jensen Plowright. So no surprise to see Jensen come up over the top to get the 5 points. But it was a big effort from Blake Quick in particular. You've got to be cautious how many times they do that through a race as long as this. Blake Agnoletto in the red colours on the front for Quest. Still Agnoletto. Cask team in lime green colours, or team number 8 in the lime green, sponsored by Cask. Cask are sponsoring several teams here tonight. There was one sponsor per team in the women's, but some of the sponsors have doubled up in the men's, so I'll change the way I do it so it's not too confusing. The lime green though, just making the change now. Duffy and Kurt Ether. He's a fast rider, Kurt Ether, from the Dubbo Cycling Club. Look over the track for a few of these riders just to check on the lap board, see what the next sprint when it's coming. And Kell O'Brien in the white colours right up around the outside now. So they'll get the bell when they come around. He'll be looking for his partner. Where's Graham Frisley? O'Brien on the front. He's just won the Austral Wheelrace, the 125th edition. Now he's back in the bikes and racing in Madison. Second sprint, change happens, and it's Frisley that goes down the back straight. He's super fast, this lad. Can he hold off the lime green colours though? Frisley needs to dig deep. He's going to get rolled. And he does indeed. It's Duffy and Ether in the lime green. Team number 8. Some fast riders, I tell you. Kurt Ether's quick. His partner, Josh Duffy, also. I thought Frisley might have been a hold on to that one. But Josh Duffy, the Tasmanian from Launceston, too quick. That's over the top. Well, it's been a hot first 20 laps, that's for sure. Just eased off a little bit, and that's allowed some of the teams to get themselves back on. Premax, team number 7. That's the pink colours, with results in both sprints, lead the way on 7 points. So the lime green, the pink colours, Jensen Plowright and Liam Walsh. Walsh has really come on strong the last couple of seasons. He's been in the mix, in the medals, in the Omnium National Championships for a couple of years in a row now. So good to see him riding so well. Plowright will be looking for him as he comes down with 6 laps to go. The dark blue colours on the front now. Roy Efting and Paul Buschek. So our internationals, Netherlands and Austria. It's Efting that swings up the track behind Bledden. Liam Walsh it is in the pink colours. Duffy now follows in the green. Darker green is Luke Platt. And a little bit of a pause now. The team number 9 in the light blue. Bit of a move from them. Rowan Hayden-Smith and James Moriarty. This is Moriarty, the Queenslander. He's really come of age in the last 12 months. Got himself selected for the World Championships in the team pursuit, and has impressed the national coach, Brett Aiken, with a dramatic improvement over the last 6 to 8 months. 172 to go now. Belt next time around for the third sprint. And he's about to make a change to Rowan Hayden-Smith. And 171, here we go. Rowan Hayden-Smith rides for the St George Cycling Club. Out of the saddle off the change, down the back straight up into the aerodynamic position. I don't like seeing it, but they all keep doing it. Regardless, is it going to be enough? Oh, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think it was Ollie Bledden in the red to come around the outside. Really tight, that one. Look at this for a sprint. 3 wide. Ollie Bledden over the top. 5 points for him. .167 laps now. Premax, pink colours, still lead the way, but they've been joined by Quest number 2, team 3 on 7. So Bledden's effort in that last sprint in the red colours with Blake Agnoletto, putting themselves up in equal first position with 7 points. So pink and red leading the way after 3 sprints. Well, you can see the scramble. It's so important to try and stay in the first third, if not first quarter of the peloton in a field of 16 teams. Ollie Bledden fast finisher. He was good at the National Championships earlier this year as well. Some great results from him. Not far to the next sprint now. 163 laps. And Blake Agnoletto from Bendigo, boy coming in. Ollie Bledden changes with him. They don't really like to be lobbed on the front this far out from a sprint, but they don't want to swing up and go too far back either. Here's Graham Frisley. Look over the shoulder from him in the colours, in the white colours. Team number 1, the white colours. They didn't quite get the last sprint right. They've had to go a little bit earlier for this one. Bushek and Efting in the blue colours went to move out, but just faded. It was like throwing a banana peel out the window. Flew backwards, they did, in the blue colours. Frisley gets it going. There'll be a big change here with Kell O'Brien. It's really tight between the teams behind. Blake Agnoletto about to make the change as well, and they've got that timing really badly. So it's 5 points for the team in white. Kell O'Brien and Graham Frisley, they did it perfectly. Mistakes made, though, from the youngsters a little bit further back. Agnoletto and Bledden. Bledden coming in way too late in that sprint, blowing any chances of getting a good points grab. So Duffy went on the attack after that one, or Ether it was, I should say. So Kurt Ether. Now he feels a bit lobbed out there, so pace coming off slightly now. Intention was there, but he couldn't see his partner. Decided better back things off. Josh Duffy now comes in, takes over from Kurt Ether. Luke Platt in the green colours swings up, allows Agnoletto in red to come through. Frisley in the white. And it's our international team on a little bit of a cheeky move here. Paul Buschek from Austria. He's only 20 years of age, the young Austrian from Vienna. Does a mix of road and track. No massive results. Multiple medals in national track championships. And nothing really to note on the road, but he's only just starting out, youngster, 20 years of age, and trying to get himself off the front here. I don't think it's going to last too long, though. They haven't really opened up much of a gap, and he has basically just been told there by Roy Efting, just back it off, shut it down. It's not really going anywhere. Team 13, the light blue colours. A couple of good riders in there. We were talking about Kurt Ether before. Dylan Ether is out there as well. And he'll come in for the change from Tyler Tompkinson. That's Tyler in the light blue that swings up the track. And he'll be looking for Dylan a little bit further around. Dylan rides for the registered with the Dubbo Cycling Club. Good, very strong club, Dubbo. Good track there. .151, next sprint is up for grabs, and it's Blake Agnoletto that's going to come through. I look around the track and I don't see any teammates ready to change. Frisley comes in, and Pat Eddy it is in the black colours that's going to come up around the outside. So the two Bendigo boys, Pat Eddy over the top of Blake Agnoletto, and Graham Frisley in the white colours getting in the mix as well. Maybe stealing a point off Blake Agnoletto in the red. But a good little sprint there from Pat Eddy. Luke Platt and Blake Quick were fast to go on the attack immediately after that sprint. Haven't really opened up too much of a gap though, but it is putting a lot of the teams further back under a lot of pressure. Jared Drisner's it is now. Pat Eddy's partner that comes through. It's the Comwire IT team. Team number 2 in the black colours. Pat Eddy from Bendigo and Jared Drisner's from South Australia, from Adelaide. And the pace backs off ever so slightly now. There is a big move coming from behind though. The yellow colours there, well, it was just to make position. Thought it might have been a big attack to try and go off the front. TAC team number 10, Zach Marriage and Will Holmes. A couple of names to look out for in the future, I can tell you those guys. Zach Marriage did win the Cycle Sunshine Coast Tour not long ago. Big star of the future. And this is a big star of the present. Luke Plapp going off the front. He has Graham Frizzley with him as well. So two of the biggest teams on the track, and they do have a handy lead. It's the yellow colours of Zach Marriage trying to close things down. They came to the front at the right time if they wanted to try and shut it down. They've got to do a little bit more effort. So Blake Quick comes in. Frizzley's still there, looking for Kel O'Brien, and a big move. There's the red colours of Blake Agnoletto. It's Ollie Bledden, his teammate. They just made a change, and Agnoletto made the move to shut it down, changed to Ollie Bledden, and he finished it off. They sense the danger. Two big teams like that going off the front, you must react immediately. Little move from Drisner's, just a cheeky one. Not really committing, but the next sprint's coming up, so he has to get ready for that. He'll be looking for his partner. They won the last sprint. It was Pat Eddy that got the 5 points. He's not going to get it this time, though, because it's the pink colours that have gone through over the top. And Liam Walsh it is, the Queenslander. We saw a lot of Jensen Plowright earlier on. Another 5 points added to the pink team, though, so great riding from them. Sponsored by Kask Helmets, team number 7 in pink, Jensen Plowright and Liam Walsh. That was a good ride from Liam. He shed about 8 kilograms or so, Liam Walsh, over the last couple of seasons. He was doing a lot more sprint-based stuff. And tell you what, he has really come on since he's shed all that excess weight that was just not necessary for endurance cycling. If I was to criticise him, I would say that he put in a little bit too much effort, more than needed. Just needs to get there ahead of the rest, but he won by so much. Could have been some wasted energy. We'll see if it pays a price later on. Let's hope not. Great riding there from Liam Walsh. There's Ollie Bledden in the red colours. Team number 6, the red, white and green of Vittoria, Connolly and Angus Miller. So the white colours at the top of the track, they are leading the way at the moment. And they've only got 1 point lead over team number 3. That has changed. So team number 3, so the team in red are leading the way. 1 point ahead of the white team from Quest. So Ollie Bledden and Blake Agnoletto lead the way at the moment. Only 1 point though ahead of Kel O'Brien and Graham Frizzley. 135 laps to go. So many laps still to come in this race. 50 kilometres, 200 laps of the track, and these sprints every 10 laps, they just keep coming. Such a high speed as well. Not backing off too much in between these sprints, so really tough for these riders, making sure they're fighting for position each time, not getting caught out, and then making sure they get the timing right for their changes to maximise the extra speed coming off a change, coming into a sprint. So important to get that, and it really does come down a lot to experience. Connolly on the front, the big pursuiter, core member of the Australian team pursuit squad now, Connolly. Riding some incredibly fast times on the individual pursuit as well. Unfortunately, not an Olympic event anymore, but starting to get themselves ready for the next sprint. They're really going. The yellow colours, Zach Marriage and Will Holmes really going for this one. 131 laps, and it's Ollie Bledden in the red colours fighting up around the outside. A few changes about to make it their way down the back straight as well. Blake Agnoletto about to come in and really getting a bit messed up there, and Frizzley trying to come through underneath. Whoa, Frizzley, a late change from the team in white. Only second in that sprint, but they might go on with this. They have opened up a big gap in that sprint. A little bit of desperation from Agnoletto just to make sure he followed that wheel of Graham Frizzley. Covered it well, and they've backed off slightly. Good sprinting, though, from Will Holmes and Zach Marriage as well. That's the yellow team. They really did have a good go at that one. They picked themselves up some points. And this was where Frizzley dived down underneath, trying to get to the 5 points, but didn't quite get there. Agnoletto just holding on. Tight situation with a couple of those changes coming so late in the sprint at these speeds. 65 to 70 kilometres per hour, trying to make a change. Other teams around you, gets really complicated, quite sketchy. So I'm good to see all the boys with the skills to handle the situation. 127 laps to go. A few of the riders, or many of the riders, looking for a little bit of respite after that one. There's some frantic couple of laps in those last few sprints. 125 to go. Plapp on the front, swings up, gets out of the way. Ether comes through in the lime green colours. Plappy back down again as well. Former world champion, along with his teammate here tonight, Blake Quick, in the under-19 Madison. Nice way to start their careers, winning a world championship together. And Blake Quick, he is quick by name and very rapid indeed by nature. .123 laps to go now. Still Plapp on front, swings up the track to make a change high on the track, and a very sketchy moment there for Jared Drisners. Just getting a little bit caught out there when they went up high to do the change, as he threw in Pat Eddy in the black colours. So 122 to go. Team 13 now, Decision Inc. in the light blue colours. Tyler Tompkinson and Dylan Ether. And it's Dylan Ether not being able to hold on to get around to his teammate to go for it in this sprint. Kel O'Brien can, though. He's looking for Graham Frizzley. There he is. The two boys in white. Nice change. Agnoletto in red over the top. But Frizzley, change of the green colours as well, coming in as Frizzley comes through to pick up the 5. So reverse positions from the previous sprints. Agnoletto 3, Frizzley with the 5. So the red team and the white team really duking it out here. 1 point between them in the overall standings. 118 laps still to go. And 22 points to 21 points between them. And it is the red colours that are leading the way. 1 point ahead of the white. So Bledden and Agnoletto. 1 point lead over O'Brien and Frizzley. And then it's 9 points further back to the pink colours, which we haven't seen for a few laps now. Jensen Plowright and Liam Walsh. We saw Walsh do that big sprint a couple of sprints ago to get the 5 points. We haven't seen them right at the very front over those last 2 sprints. Just sort of getting their timing slightly off. They need to readjust, rethink, recalculate, get themselves up closer to the front when they come around to the bell the next time. 116 laps to go. On the front now is Jensen Plowright, the man I was just talking about. Needs to stay up thereabouts, though, for this next sprint. Doesn't want to be stuck on the front right through to the next sprint. That's why he swings up now. He'll try and force his way in somewhere, not too far back down the peloton. Luke Plapp in the green, looking for... Oh, it's Blake Quick changing to Luke Plapp. So Plappy coming in, Quickie going out. Ollie Bledden. Team number 3, Quest, sponsored. The black number 3 indicates Ollie Bledden. The red number 3, that's Blake Agnoletto. See as he comes in, the red number 3. Roy Efting in the blue colours on the inside, sitting a little bit further back. And we're getting ready for the next sprint now. 112 laps to go. Big stretch there between Pat Eddy and Jared Drisner's in the black colours. But it's Luke Platt that's on the front trying to get things right this time around. And they are going to get the timing much, much better as they come to the bell. 111 laps to go. And Blake Quick now comes in. And Gnoletto is about to come in as well. And Quick has Jared Drisner's on the wheel. But look at the speed of Bledden trying to come up over the top. He's going to have to fight if he's going to hold on to it. And he doesn't. So the green colours don't get there, and Bledden again up over the top. Gee, he showed some speed, some closing speed in these sprints. It's a couple of times now. Really impressive how fast Ollie Bledden can come home and go over the top. I think Blake thought at that point he might have had it. Eased off a little bit too soon. No stopping the South Australian, Ollie Bledden. Wow. That will put them back up into the overall lead. Oh, that'll extend their lead, I should say, so that will give them a little bit more of an advantage. 5 points now is the team in red, so Ollie Bledden's performance with Blake Agnoletto doing a great job setting him up. That now gives them a 5-point buffer to Kel O'Brien and Graham Frisley in white. .106 laps to go, almost at the halfway point now. Double points on the final sprint as well. 10, 6, 4 and 2. 5, 3, 2 and 1 for all of these intermediates, as it was for the women's race, every 10 laps. And 105 laps to go. Kurt Ether it is, the New South Welshman from Dubbo Cycling Club. Big move from him. Just as the teams that are really fighting for first position start looking at each other, that's when the opportunities are created for the other teams a little bit further down the classification. And the green colours of Kurt Ether now changing to Josh Duffy, the Tasmanian. This is a huge move. 103 laps to go. No real chase evidence. Jared Drisner's put in a big move, threw in Pat Eddy. Eddy has gone off the front of the peloton. But it's the green colours that are a half a lap up on the field now. 20 points gained for taking a lap on the field. This will put them right up in the mix. So Duffy still looking for his teammate, Ether. He's rolling pretty fast around the top of the track, Ether. He needs to slow down a little bit and make sure he doesn't leave his teammate out there at the bottom of the track for too long. They'll get the 5 points for this next sprint. That'll be the halfway point in the race. Ether, he's the man that made the big attack. He's back in trying to finish the job. He'll get to the line to pick up the 5 points at the halfway sprint. And there is a big scramble behind to try and get back to these guys because they are almost towards the back of the peloton. Kel O'Brien it was that flashed through underneath to pick up the 3 points, just ahead of Blake Agnoletto. So the red and the white teams are still fighting thick and thin all the way, but at the moment it's the team in green out in front. They're chasing the 20 points up for a lap gain. And they're not too far away from getting it, I can tell you. There they are as they go down the back straight. The back of the peloton is just out in front of them. It has broken to pieces. There is a big split off the front of the group. But they just need... Oh, and Ryder's not focusing. You'd see how Josh Duffy had to sweave his way through those riders. Lack of concentration, really poor form from those riders that had changed at the back of the field and weren't paying attention to the riders that are really at the front trying to win this bike race. So Duffy and Ether have got to the back part of the peloton. We'll wait to see what the commissaires do. We'll wait and see whether they declare a lap gained or if they have to get further around to the larger size peloton, which is the front of the race. Just on the back of the colours of blue there, Roy Efting. This is the leaders now. So they've all eased off a bit. So you can see the riders out in front have eased right off. And there's the green colours, the light green at the very back of the peloton now. So there's a lap gain for Josh Duffy and Kurt Ether. Got to give it to both of them. But Kurt, what an attack he put in to really gain that the gap to start with, the initial gap that they got. And then the strength of both those riders to get themselves around. 20 points gained for that lap. We'll see where that lands them up in the overall classification. That should take them right to the very top, is it? So we'll wait and see. Final confirmation, they give them the 20 points. They picked up the 5 points along the way as well, so they've got themselves 25 points just in those few hard laps of gaining a lap and picking up that sprint on the way as well. So they are the new leaders now. So fantastic, 32 points. The new leaders, the boys in lime green, ahead of the boys in red, 3 points behind in 29. Now another fight between red and white at the front here. So we can see the red team is going to pick up the points. So Bledden comes through to pick up 5. That'll change it again. So red will go back in front of the lime green colours and put themselves back in the lead. So Bledden really is doing some incredible jobs in these sprints. Blake Agnoletto doing a great job of setting him up. Graham Frisley is the white colours in second place there for 3 points. So they're keeping themselves in contention, Frisley and O'Brien in white. We'll keep an eye on the lime green guys. Pressure has been on a little bit. And there they are, there's Kurt Ether. So that puts them back into second place. A short stint in the overall lead. So 34 points for the boys in red. Lime green on 32, 2 points back. And then it's another 4 points, I think, back to the boys in white. 3 or 4 points, I think it was, as it flashed up. The Quest team, team number 1 in the white colours, are sitting in third place on 28 points. The lime green colours, they're sitting there in second, and red, there they are, it's Ollie Bledden. Outright leaders now on 34 points. So Quest, Bayside Skoda down on 15. So fourth place is the Bayside Skoda boys, Lucas Plapp and Blake Quick in the darker green colours. Just starting to drift back a little bit on points. 84 laps to go now in the Australian Madison Championships. Kurt Ether with a little bit of a job to do here. Just sees himself with a gap to fill. Doesn't look too phased by it, actually. Looks very comfortable as he just closed that gap down. Paces off a little bit at the front, so no big stretch there for Kurt Ether. Happy to sit in midfield at the moment. They'll come around to get 83 laps to go. It's Luke Plapp that's on the front. Blake Agnoletto second in red. Then it's Kel O'Brien. Jensen Plowright in the pink colours. Haven't seen too much of them for a little while now. So what can Jensen Plowright do? A little bit of a fight for position now. Connor Lay, as they come around, 81 laps to go, and it is Connor Lay that comes through. Liam Walsh in second position in the pink colours. So Connor Lay it is that's going to try and hold on for the 5. He's not going to do it because Liam Walsh is going to get there. Whoa, and Bledden again flashes home to pick up some points. And he has gone out of camera shot. He has taken off the front after that sprint with all the momentum. Ollie Bledden in the red colours has absolutely shot off the front of the peloton. This will cause a real stir in the field. They have to chase this down. They're already the outright leaders on 34 points. They picked up a couple more points there as well just to extend their lead a little bit. And the rush of the blood from Ollie Bledden with that high speed activity in the sprint immediately went off the front. This is now Blake Agnoletto. Don't know if Blake is looking as if he's as keen to go on with it, and he's not at all. So he swings up, but they have extended their lead, put a little bit of extra pressure on the others because of that attack as well. They had to chase them down, scared them all a little bit to see the red colours fly off the front. Pat Eddy in the black colours comes through. About to change with Jared Drisners. So Drisners rides for the Lotto team alongside Caleb Ewan. He was a member of the track program, track squad a couple of years ago, and Probably could have stayed within that, but decided he wanted to focus on the road. So we did lose him from the track program, but it's great to see him back having a go on the boards here now as well, and riding in fine form. Clearly, a couple of years off the velodrome, it's got to hurt a little bit, you know, just the routine of how to do the track racing. A little bit unfamiliar for Jared, but he's such a talented rider that he's adapted really quickly, and same can be said for Pat Eddy, his partner, young Bendigo rider, rides for the DSM development team, hoping to step up into the big league maybe for 2024. So good to see the two roadies back doing some track as well, just keeping in touch, keeping those skills there, and that could be helpful if they want to come back in for the Paris Olympics or an Olympics after that. There's the leaders, the red colours. Blake Agnoletto just being changed from Ollie Bledden. And I think Ollie's attack was probably a little bit more of a rush of the blood. He had such finishing speed going into that sprint. He was probably frustrated that he didn't get the 5 points and thought, bugger it, I'll just keep going. Agnoletto just calmed the farm a little bit as we hit 71 laps, the next intermediate sprint. And it's Frizzly that just doesn't seem to have the speed that we are used to seeing from the Frizz. Jensen plough right over the top. These are the colours we haven't seen for a little while. They needed to do something, and they have. So Jensen comes up to pick up 5 points for the pink casque team. Blake Agnoletto fighting for 3 points with Graham Frizzly. Red team, 37 points. Then it's the lime green on 32 still. White team on 29 points. I think that'll adjust. That was before that last sprint. So just waiting for the final adjustment of points after that previous sprint. 68 laps to go. So Frizzly did hold on for second in that sprint, just ahead of Agnoletto. So 39 points now for the red boys. Lime green on 32, equal with white. So team number one in white, Frizzly and O'Brien, now in equal second position. A little bit of a buffer though for the boys in red. Still anyone's race though with 66 laps to go. So many points on offer and lap gains potentially still to come. Now, as I look down the back of the peloton a little bit, just looking at Kurt Ether in the lime green, boys that took their lap earlier on, and they do sit in equal second position. They look comfortable. They're not contesting these sprints. So I feel as if they might be trying to just fly under the radar a little bit for a while. Maybe they'll go for another attack and try and gain another lap on the field. Angus Miller with a big move now. The Victoria team number 6. He'll be looking for Connor Lay, the Western Australian. Look across the track from him as he came around with 63 laps to go. Where's Connor? But look at Team Red, straight onto the move. It doesn't matter who it is that attacks off the front now. Bledden and Agnoletto are immediately onto them. They want to win this. Absolutely taking charge, the boys in red. Quest-sponsored team. Ooh, and as Connor Lay swung up the track, it almost took Kell O'Brien out as they get 61 laps to go. Kell O'Brien now gets to the front. Another 5 points on offer. And a big change with Frizzly. They should be able to get the job done this time. Agnoletto changes to Bledden. So 2 points back on the team in red, that time for the boys in white. So Frizzly and O'Brien, Kell O'Brien, avoiding a near crash with a lap and a quarter to go, getting the job done, picking up the 5 points. So just narrowing the margin slightly, bringing it back by 2 points. And here it is here as Connor Lay swung up, O'Brien up over the top. That's how quick it can happen. It can all go wrong. The light blue colours of SRM. That's Rowan Hayden-Smith and James Moriarty. This is Hayden-Smith off the front, New South Wales rider. Moriarty coming in. Solid member of the team pursuit squad. Also really good in the individual pursuit. The last couple of national championships, James Moriarty. Five points is the difference now between red and white. So Bledden and Agnoletto with a 5-point advantage over O'Brien and Frisley. 56 laps to go. Moriarty leads them through. Bledden in second position. Then it's Liam Walsh in the pink colours. Connor Lay in the multicolours, red, white and green of Victoria. Dylan Ether quick to go through and up and out of the way. As he comes through now, actually. Dylan Ether to change to Tyler Tompkinson, Queenslander. National Points Race Championship victory, I think it was this year. Tyler Tompkinson really was impressive in the bunch races at the Under-19 National Championships. Really good, solid rider. Looking to focus a bit more on the road. But also good to see him putting himself in the mix here and staying on the track as well. 52 laps to go, and Bledden out of the saddle now, looking for Blake Agnoletto. They want some points. They'll get the bell the next time they come around. And Bledden again out of the saddle, really putting everyone under pressure as they come to this next sprint. And it's Agnoletto that comes through. Grimace on the face of Blake, the boy from Bendigo. And look at this, wide round the outside. Super fast performance here from Liam Walsh. Also O'Brien trying to get up there, but Liam Walsh, the Queenslander, picks up the 5 points. Jensen Plowright will be happy about that one, his teammate. So the Cask-sponsored team in pink with another 5 points. They're starting to come back into the mix now. The pink team really starting to be prominent over these last couple of sprints. Frisley and O'Brien in white, well, they've been prominent the whole way through, but didn't get the maximum that time. 3 points per second it was for them. Team in red, they did pick up 2 points, so it's only a 1 point advantage for white over red that time, and the gap is 4 points now, so it is coming back. Four-point lead for the team in red over the team in white. The lime green colours, team number 8, they still sit in third place, but they're on 32 points, so 12 points off the gold medal position at the moment. Do they have it in their legs to go again? Take another lap on the field. Gee, they showed some strength and they did it earlier on. They've been nice and casual in the last sort of 30 laps or so, saving energy. They're certainly not going to match it in outright sprint points, so they do need to take another lap. That's the lime green colours of team number 8. Another team that's been quiet for a little while, the dark green, Plapp and Quick. Are they planning something? They may need to go on the attack as well. They're not matching it for outright sprinting speed against Bledden and Agnoletto. So a late attack might come from the team in green. 44 laps to go though. They're starting to run out of laps. Still enough laps to take a lap on the field, but the longer they leave it, the harder it's going to become. 43 to go now. Frisley on the front. SRM team number 9 in second position. Rowan Hayden-Smith. Then it's Agnoletto in third. Here comes a move from Plapp around the outside. So I was just talking about the green colours. Would they go on the attack? No, they're going to try and set themselves up for some sprint points here. 41 laps to go, the next intermediate sprint, and it's Plapp that comes through. He's about to make the change to Blake Quick as they go down the back straight. Kel O'Brien comes in white as well. Quick down the back straight. Oh, when O'Brien's drifted through underneath. Perfect move from Kel O'Brien. Smart move. Strong. 5 points for them. And Blake Quick picks up the 3, and only 2 points for Ollie Bledden this time. So an extra 2 points advantage over the team in red. That'll close it down to be only 2 points between white and red. Team number 3 from Quest in the red colours of Ollie Bledden and Blake Agnoletto will still be in the lead, but it's only by 2 points now to the Quest team in the white colours of Kel O'Brien and Graham Frisley. I wonder if that was a mistake from Blake Quick, or he was just helping the boys in white out a little bit by not going down and letting Kel O'Brien come through. Oh, 1 point the difference. My maths is way off by 1 point. So 1 point it is, 46 to 45. Super close with 37 laps to go now. Well, who has anything left in the tank? Kurt Ether in the lime green. They've taken 1 lap tonight. They've been quiet for quite some time now. Both fast riders, Kurt and his partner Josh Duffy. But they have not been in these sprints for quite some time. They want to keep themselves. They're still sitting in 3rd place overall on 33 points. They have a 6-point lead over the pink team from Cask, Jensen Plowright and Liam Walsh. That's the fight at the moment for the bronze medal. 6 points between lime green and pink. They line up behind each other in the peloton as we see it now, as they come around to get 33 laps to go. And the youngsters are still in the mix. They're putting their hand up. TAC team in yellow, Zach Marriage and Will Holmes. So the 2 South Australians. Marriage has done an incredible job in the National Road Series this year. He's only just turned 19 and already won a round of the NRS. Super strong down in the Tour of Tasmania as well on an incredibly difficult circuit. So Zach Marriage, certainly a rider to look out for. His teammate, Will Holmes, likewise. They're in the yellow colours. 31 to go. It's Frisley on the front. Luke Plapp in the green colours in 2nd position. This is a big sprint this time. And look who's coming though. It's Ollie Bledden in red. Bledden versus Frisley. And Bledden gets there. Really close. Oh, and almost got there over the back wheel as well was Frisley. So the red colours, that was my call, I think. I hope I'm right. Frisley trying to hold on. You can see the fight, but gee, Bledden, how many times has he done this tonight? Flash home to get the points. And then the dangerous moment afterwards, just here. Whoa, almost over the back wheel of Bledden was Frisley. Grizzly Frisley wouldn't be too happy with that. Well, there was 1 point in it. 5 points for first, 3 points for second. So the gap out to 3 points now. 51 for red, 48 for white. And lime green still sitting there with a little handy buffer in 3rd place over 4th. Interesting move now from a team of internationals that are a little bit down. They haven't really been able to match the speed of the Australians. So Roy Efting and Paul Buschek, our Dutch-Austrian combination, trying to sneak themselves off the front and pick up a points. So the change has been made. Paul Buschek changes to Roy Efting. And Roy Efting, 33-year-old from Harderwijk in the Netherlands. He was 3rd in the Scratch Race World Championships this year. He was 3rd in the Points Race World Championships in 2020. And there has been a crash. It's actually his teammate. So Efting's teammate, Paul Buschek, has really unfortunately gone down. This is going to be tragic for Roy Efting to be stuck off the front on your own without doing any changes. He's not going to last very long out there now without being able to do any changes with his teammate. So really unfortunate situation for Roy Efting. And with them being so far down on the overall classification, there wasn't a lot of attention paid to them by the guys racing for the medals here tonight. There was a solid chance that they could have gone around and taken the lap, picked up the 20 points for that. So Efting, he has given up as he sees his teammate on the inside of the track. He has eased off, just off camera now, but Roy is about to try and get back into the peloton, and another sprint. 21 laps to go, and a big sprint is happening. It's the Vittoria team, and here comes the boys in lime green. We haven't seen them for a little while. They were so good by taking a lap earlier in the race. Another 5 points. This is Josh Duffy that comes through. Red colours for second, so that's going to help them in the overall standings. And the medal's starting to take a little bit more shape now. So lime green looking to put one hand on that bronze medal. Can say that Paul Buschek has got himself up off the bottom of the track, and I think he's going to regain. So it looks like he is going to come back on. But unfortunately for the team in dark blue, you can see there Roy Efting just coming into the peloton now. He did go one lap behind. Big cheer in the crowd, though, for Paul Buschek for getting back on the bike and getting back out there. So really unfortunate. Didn't really see what happened, so I'm not sure why he went down. He was out of the race at the time. His teammate Roy Efting was off the front of the peloton. But at least the boys from Bike Chain in the dark blue colours getting themselves back in, but they will be docked 20 points for losing a lap, unfortunately, for them. 16 laps to go now. 2 sprints to come. 5 for the next point. The next sprint at 10 laps. And, of course, double points. 10, 6, 4 and 2 on that final sprint. 5 points is the difference between red and white. 5 points the difference. 15 points still up for grabs. Any late attacks will not survive now for a lap gain. Still could possibly stay off the front for the final sprint. But with 14 laps to go, no teams will be able to take a lap this late in the race. The average speed of the peloton far too high to enable that to happen. Fighting for position again. They have to do it 2 more times. This penultimate sprint coming up, 12 laps to go. They have to get themselves in the right position. Where's white? Where is red? There's 5 points in the overall between them, but where are they on the peloton? Here comes Team White now. Kel O'Brien, they'll get the bell when they come around this time, and Kel O'Brien is absolutely motoring. He wants to pick up the points here. Team Red are out of the points at this situation, but Kel has gone so early. Liam Walsh, oh no, it's Kurt Ether. Kurt Ether has come over the top. So O'Brien went early. He'll pick up the 3 points. He gets the 3 points. That's okay. They wanted 5. They then missed the change. It was off camera. But the team in white missed the change after that sprint. That is going to hurt O'Brien immensely. Let's see what happens here for Kel O'Brien. Kurt Ether picked up the 5 points. Fantastic sprint from him. They're holding down 3rd place overall at the moment. 3 points did go to Kel O'Brien and Graham Frisley in white. So that brings the gap back to 2 points in the overall classification. It is 2 points, 1 sprint to go. 2 points between red and white. And the lime green are consolidating their position in 3rd at the moment. The change has finally been made between O'Brien and Frisley. What did that cost the team in white? Surely that was really tough for Kel O'Brien to stay out there for an extra period of time. Blake Quick off the front, trying to do something here. And there is a real scramble. Frisley has done a good job to put himself back up there. He did get to freshen up a little bit after they missed that change. How much damage did that do to the legs of his partner, Kel O'Brien? That's the big question. 5 laps to go now. The final 5 laps of the Australian Madison Championships, and it's a 2-point race between the team in red and the team in white. Ollie Bledden and Blake Agnoletto versus Kel O'Brien and Graham Frisley. One more sprint to come, 4 laps to go. 1 kilometre of this race remains. And there is a real fight for position. You can see red and white. Blake Agnoletto just put the hip and shoulder into Kurt Ether just to push him out of the way to make sure that he stayed on the wheel of Kell O'Brien coming to this last sprint. 3 laps to go now, 750 metres. Luke Plappert is in the green colours. Here comes Kell O'Brien over the top. There's a change made in front, but Kell O'Brien has gone early. 2 points the difference. Double points on this final sprint. A lap and a half to go. Red and white right at the pointy end of it. And look at this drag race down the back straight. An absolute drag race to get to their partners. This is going to be super tight between these two. It's Frisley versus Bledden. Whoever can get to the line first will win the national championships. We've seen Bledden in this position a few times tonight. But Frisley, he's going to get to the line in front and take the national title. Graham Frisley. 10 points for him, 6 points go to the team in red. That gives the national championship to Graham Frisley and Kell O'Brien. What a thrilling finale to 50 kilometres of racing. Born in Montana, clearly racing as an Aussie now though, Graham Frisley, Grizzly Frisley as they call him. What a fantastic sprint. There have been a few sprints tonight where Graham didn't quite appear as quick as we've seen in the past. But when it counted for the gold medal, he came through with the goods. What a brilliant sprint from Kell O'Brien, setting up Graham Frisley to win the National Madison Championship. Special performance from all the riders. Got to give it to Ollie Bledden as well. He won so many sprints coming from behind with that incredible closing speed that he has. Blake Agnoletto, his partner, silver medal to the boys. Great performance from them. And Josh Duffy and Kurt Ether will hold on in the lime green colours to get the bronze medal. Only team to take a lap tonight, so well done to them as well for doing so. That gave them the bronze. There they are, a national champions. Riding for Quest. Quest, of course, are the sponsors. Quest Ivanhoe, partners here of the 125th Austral Wheelrace. So great to see Quest supporting AusCycling and coming away with the victory as well with team number 1, Kell O'Brien and Graham Frisley. Fantastic performance. What a thrilling race, both women's and men's races. Slightly different with the women's race. It was more about the dominant performance of Georgia Baker and Alex Manley, whereas this one was more of a contest between several teams right down to the very end. Regardless how you look at it, thrilling races, Austral Wheel races as well. So getting the double, Kell O'Brien winning his second Austral Wheel race and the National Madison Championship on the same night, as did Alex Manley, winning the Women's Madison and the Women's Omnium as well. So fantastic, the double-double from Kell and Alex. Oh, what a marvellous night of racing we have had here tonight. The 125th edition of the Austral Wheel Race, including the National Madison Championships. And Kell doing an incredible job to set things up and get himself ready to go. Look over the shoulder, where's my partner? And there he was, finishing it off. Ollie Bledden would have made anyone nervous. Through the night he did that so many times. This was the near mix. Could have happened. It was twice. Kell O'Brien almost got taken out by Connor Lay when he swung up, and then also Graham Frisley almost clipping over the wheel of Ollie Bledden. But in the end, the double points on offer at the end was enough to get the gold. He's a Melbourne boy. He was coming back from Europe to Adelaide over the last couple of seasons, and only a few months ago made the move back to Melbourne, based in Girona, Spain throughout the season, but now he's making sure each year that he's coming back to Melbourne, where he's from. Rides for the St Kilda Cycling Club. Fantastic young man, Kell O'Brien, as is Graham Frisley, his partner, all these guys, and the ladies. Great diplomats and ambassadors for AusCycling. Well, I'm sure everybody has enjoyed watching the coverage, thanks to Quest Ivanhoe and AusCycling in particular for putting the coverage together, making sure that everyone around Australia, around the world, can tune in and watch this fantastic racing. The sprints as well, the Kieran racing we saw, such good results, up-and-coming riders, and some established ones that are putting themselves up there. Still looking forward to perhaps like Aziz Al-Awing retiring after the Paris Olympic Games. He has another 2 seasons, the 34-year-old, before he does hang up the bike. So good to see him on the boards. He won the UCI sprint competition tonight. Didn't get the job done in the Kieran though, just showing the level of competitiveness amongst the field that we had assembled here tonight in the sprint races. So the final presentations, the only thing to happen here for the rest of the evening, the Madison riders, 50 kilometres of racing, such high speeds. You look at the face of Kell O'Brien, it was nothing. Can see in the background they are getting the presentation area ready in the podium. Graham Frisley, thumbs up, mate, well done. A couple of close calls and a couple of moments where I thought that he just wasn't on his absolute best in the sprinting game that I've seen him in the past be able to present. Tell you what though, that final sprint, he did present big time. Darren Casey, my former brother-in-law, just on the right-hand side, popping into picture. Bendigo cycling dignitary. See Bayside Skoda also sponsoring one of the teams tonight as well. So great to have them on board also. Great partners that have been involved in the Austral Wheelrace and National Madison Championships evening. They had the Omnium races, National Omnium Championships over the last couple of days as well. Luke Plapp, congratulations from him. Put in some strong performances tonight. We'll be looking forward to seeing him at the Road National Championships in January from the 6th to the 10th. See if he can defend his National Road Race title. I'm sure he'd like to win the time trial again as well. He has won that previously. Didn't get to defend that title earlier this year. Unfortunately, he was caught up in a COVID situation and wasn't able to make it on time. There's the boys. Well done, lads. Kell O'Brien, the taller of the two, and Graham Frisley. Recently we had some disappointing news that the Bendigo Madison is not going to go ahead. I know that's an event that Kell O'Brien absolutely loves, and he has. It was put to the national team riders a couple of years ago whether they wanted to ride the Madison or not. They thought maybe bad timing ahead of the Olympic Games, could have been too dangerous, and Kell said absolutely not. I want to race that event, as he did tonight. Came to turn up. He loves Madison racing, and he's looking forward to potentially, perhaps probably, riding the Madison at the Paris Olympic Games in 2024. Chloe Moran in the yellow colours. It was Lauren Perry just drifting off to the left as well, waiting for their presentations for the women's Madison Championship also. Jensen Plowright was the laddie in pink that just drifted off on the right-hand side. Good friends, Kell O'Brien and Luke Plapp. A lot of respect amongst all of these riders at this level. I must say there is a huge amount of respect amongst the young riders. Blake Agnoletto in the red colours, Alyssa Pilates on the left. There's Ollie Bledon on the right-hand side. So Blake and Ollie really did do a great performance tonight. Some big sprints from those boys. Covered the moves as well. So it wasn't just about sitting on and sprinting. They put in some attacks and they really did shut down some of those dangerous moves. So great result, and I ride a fair bit with Blake in Bendigo, the Bendigo bunch. So really happy to see just how well Blake has progressed this year.
And where are you from?
Northcote.
All right. Yep.
Pretty close.
Yeah. So do you belong to a club or you?
I'm covering it for AusCycling.
All right. Yeah. So you're a professional photographer?
I am, yeah.
Are you part of the live stream? Yeah, this is the live stream. Oh, you're the live stream.
Well, the presentations won't be too far away. I really have enjoyed the racing tonight. I hope you have as well, wherever you are watching it around Australia or around the world. So many talented riders on the track tonight through all the sprint and endurance disciplines, and of course that 125th edition of the men's Austral, the 13th I think it was of the women's Austral as well. We had the Para Austral, so great to see all the different races that we had on tonight. Super fast racing, they're so powerful, very impressive. Some established riders and the next generation coming through as well. All brought to you by Quest at Ivanhoe. If you are coming to Melbourne, please look up the Quest. It's a great place to stay and they really do support cycling. If you're watching this, you probably are a cyclist or you're a supporter of it. So look after our partners as well. Certainly a good way to do it. It's been the 125th Austral Wheelrace. Thanks to AusCycling and everybody. We will go down now to our event commentator for the final presentations.
Will now take place. Presenting the medals will be Wendy Superfan Abbott, Head Volunteer, AusCycling and President of Shepparton Cycling Club. In third place, and the winners of the bronze medals, Ali Anderson, representing Port Adelaide Cycling Club, and Alyssa Pilates, Carnegie Caulfield. In second place, and the winners of the silver medals, representing Launceston Cycling Club and Central District Cycling Club, Lauren Perry and Chloe Moran. In first place, the winners of the race, the winners of the gold medal, and Australian Madison champions, Alex Manley, Georgia Baker. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your Madison podium for 2022 and your National Madison champions.
mind just holding your medals up, please? Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Well, very quickly, Georgia Baker, Alex Manley, you guys went to the line in the Austral as enemies and then paired up as teammates to win the Madison Championship. It was a photo finish, but there was no photo finish required in the Madison as you really dominated it, Georgia.
Oh, sorry, I missed what you said. But no, yeah, it was a really good matter. Yeah, really good matter. Alex and I have been a pair for quite a while now, so it was nice for us to go out there and execute the skills we've been working on for a lot of years.
Alex, were you keen to try and take a lap, or was it all about the sprints?
No, we wanted to take a lap, but we kind of wanted to assess the situation, go for a few sprints, get a few points on the board, and then maybe if people had a bit more tired legs, go for the lap later on.
Yeah, well, you must have to compliment the other teams who I thought it was going to blow apart early. It did not.
Yeah, no, it definitely didn't. They were really strong and tactically really smart, so it's great to see the depth that we have here in Madison's in Australia.
Well, congratulations on the green and gold National Madison Champions. If I can call for the podium for the men's Madison to report to podium left, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the men's Madison for the National Championships of Australia will now take place. In third place, and the winners of the bronze medal, Kurt Ether and Joshua Duffy. In second place, and the winners of the silver medals, Oliver Bledden and Blake Agnoletto. In first place, the winners of the gold medal, the winners of the race, and National Madison champions, Kel O'Brien, Graham Frisley. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your Madison podium and your Madison champions. I might grab Oliver and Joshua, if you can pop on over here as the winners get their individual photos, and I'll wait for them to do that. But Josh, look, taking the lap, was that the plan right at the start, or did the opportunity just arise?
To be honest, not really. Kurt and I went in with the plan to attack the sprints a little bit more, but it became evident pretty early on that that wasn't really working for us, so we just switched up plans a little bit and opportunity presented itself.
Well, congratulations. And then you suffered for a while, not picking up any points. I'll just get you to turn around that way. But you picked up some at the end.
Yeah, well, that's it. I was hurting for a while there. Kurt carried me for probably a good 40 laps there, but then we came good. Chemistry picked up a little bit towards the end, and yeah, just attack those sprints.
Ollie, you were absolutely on fire tonight. Blake was riding so well, but you got excited in that Madison, and right up to the last metres of the race, you were national champions. You came so close.
Yeah, I'm aware.
It was a great race. You were just on fire throughout all those sprints.
Yeah, me and Blake are always pretty good together. Probably raced a bit reserved in the first 120, kind of waiting for the laps to go on the back end, but I think everyone's just kind of pretty fatigued from a few big days, so the laps never win, and maybe we left it a little bit late, but no, we left it all out there, so.
Blake, you led for so much of the race, and every time they got within 1 point, you leapt forward and got more points, 3 points, then 5 points in front. They clawed it back in the end, and then on that final sprint. How tired were you coming into those last 30 laps?
Yeah, the first 150 were pretty cruisy. We kept it, well, I felt pretty solid. We were talking a lot, and then we got to the last 30, 40 laps, and it felt like an eternity. We probably were a bit reserved in the first bit, sat on the wheels through the sprints a little bit too much, but we rode our hearts out, and I think it just shows what's to come in the next few years for me and Ollie as Maddo partners, and look out next year, I guess.
And you have certainly earned a silver medal at the National Championships in the Madison, and that is something that you can be proud of. I think you want the gold, and you guys are a great partnership. You're looking forward to next year.
For sure. Finally, hopefully get on the top step.
Well done, boys. I think the crowd got behind you as well. Congratulations on your silver medal.
I couldn't believe it. I was nearly...
Final words go to Graham Frisley as National Madison Champion. It's all right there, Graham. I'm right behind you. Congratulations, mate. What a stressful Madison, knowing that you were on the back foot pretty much all the way.
Yeah, it's always such a solid race. This year is probably one of the most open years we've had. There's just so much quality in the entire field. So, yeah, we got pushed all the way, but managed to get there in the end.
Now, ideally, when you went into this race, you must have had in the back of your mind, we've got to mark Plapp. We've got to make sure he doesn't take the lap.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He showed yesterday how strong he was, and he showed it in the Austral as well. He's a really classy bike rider, so yeah, he's always one to watch.
At any point in time, did you say, hey, they haven't got it? Or were you right till the end going, they're still going to go?
Yeah, with Plapp, there's always that question in the back of your mind if he's still got some left, which he always will, but no, it was a good day out.
Well, it's been a tough day, but a successful day for Kel O'Brien and yourself. National champions and a great race in the Austral. It has been a tiring day, and you earned your rest, but you earned your green and gold. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for everyone coming out as well. It was so awesome with
coming into that last sprint, just hearing the noise and getting the energy from the crowd, it was pretty awesome.
Congratulations, National Champion Graham Frisley.